Madam Mayor, it is 6:03 and we are live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach Regular City Commission meeting of Tuesday, August 6th, 2024. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here?
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Thank you. I will lead the moment of silence, and Vice Mayor Maliga will lead the pledge. We come before you as an elected body, and the best that we can do is to ask for guidance from whatever God we speak to or pray to be the best that we can be, to lead our city in the interest of the city, to focus on the issues for the city, and to use our good and common sense to forward those initiatives, ideas. So many things we have going on in the city. I just ask that everyone be thankful for every day you have when you wake up in the morning and you walk under your own power. Think of something that if you're having a rough time, there's somebody that's having it worse and somebody that's having it better. But do the best. I pray that we all do the best that we can every day. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Agenda, do we have any additions, deletions, or reordering?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Malega?
I would ask that we move Commissioner Liaison Reports, City Manager, City Attorney, and public participation of non-agenda items to the end of the agenda since it is so heavily packed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No. No.
Okay. Two opposed, passes 3-2.
My second one, Madam Mayor, would be if we could remove new business K and table it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Mayor,
Aye.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I would like to have the floor. That's a motion, and
That's-
there is discussion on
I
motions.
don't know that there's a discussion
Not
on
on
that particular
tabling.
motion, not on tabling. Thank you. So,
Could I have
I'm sorry,
clarity?
what was the vote on that, Madam Mayor?
Could I have
3-2.
clarity
Mr.
from the
Mr.
attorney?
McFoy, Mr. McFoy, please don't be disruptive to this meeting. Don't start the meeting off being disruptive. It is a
I would like clarity
non-debatable
from the
agenda.
attorney whether I have the right to speak. A motion was made. There are many people here who have an interest in that, and I would like the right to say something.
My understanding is that that is a non-debatable item.
That is my understanding as well. I'm not a parliamentarian, but my understanding of motions to remove items from the agenda and table them are both non-debatable motions.
Okay, thank you. So did we go then to presentations? The
Wait,
electric.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I had something as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So in the interest of time, presentations A and B, the electric and water utility updates have been deleted from the agenda. They'll give their updates at the next utility meeting.
Thank you. Did you know that? Oh, okay. I hate surprises.
I'm like,
You look so
is this
prepared.
Melissa just coming?
It just happened. So I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
May I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Nay.
opposed? Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Okey-doke.
was that 3-2?
Yes.
Thank you.
So moving right along, we've moved the non-agenda items to the end. Approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
right?
Consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Public hearings, ordinance 2024-09, second reading, changing the residency requirement for the city manager.
Motion to approve?
Well, we
Oh,
have to
gotta
read
read
it
it.
first.
Sorry.
Let her read it first.
Cruising. This is ordinance number 2024-09 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Section 2-3 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances by changing the residency requirement for city manager, providing for a severability clause, providing that conflicting ordinances are repealed, providing for codification, providing an effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz? Aye. Thank you. Unfinished business, authorization to promptly sell 501 Lake Avenue to the Lake Worth Beach Community CRA prior to finalization of a redevelopment agreement. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. McVoy?
Yes, I've received input from a number of residents, and I see that comments have been made online as well. Could I ask, and they mostly relate to the price of the sale. I have an additional comment after that question, but I thought maybe Ms. Oliva from the CRA could give us a little enlightenment on how the sale price was arrived at and put it in context of the previous sale prices and so on.
Sure. Ms. Oliva, thank you.
Hi, Joan Oliva, CRA Executive Director. The price of $340 was come up with in 2020 when we originally discussed purchasing the building. My understanding is the city purchased the building for a significant discount at $250,000. Then City Manager Bornstein said that the city had put some money into it, and he would like $340,000 for the building. And that's what the agreed upon price was back in 2020 when we originally brought this to you and received approval.
Joan, I think it was 2019 from the minutes we have.
Okay.
I was just reading the back.
It was a
says
while ago.
2019.
Oh, what's a year or two? Okay, that answers your question?
That answers one of my questions.
Okay, and your next question?
What was that?
Your next question?
I do, I think there's discomfort in the community about, the issue has been raised, including by the chair of the CRA, that the city really can't afford to not get full revenue for their various properties. I think that's not an unreasonable concern. It's been raised on a number of issues. Here, maybe it's a little bit different because, it's basically from one part of the city to another part of the city. CRA in some fashion is part of it. So I'll go along with it, but I do want to be very clear that whatever happens to that parcel and the parcels around it, we had a vote in this community approximately 2012 that passed by the voters in this city that we have a height limit in the downtown area of 45 feet. There was some challenges after it was voted on, but it was a public vote, an expression of public desires. I want to be very clear that I feel responsible to hold to that vote of a height of 45 feet as we move forward with these different parts. So I'm just expressing that at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I am going to vote to approve this, but I have to say this breaks my heart because I love that little building. It's like really a cornerstone downtown. But progress. And I've been told that the big pictures of it are going to be in the lobby of the museum to memorialize it. And I will hold that to Mr. Wiener. We have 2 public comments. Peggy Fisher. Thank you. This is, good afternoon.
It's on.
It's on.
It's on.
Okay. Peggy Fisher,
you
North
go.
A Street, Lake Worth Beach. There's no reason to question the price of this. The city bought it at a discount. It's getting more than it was bought for. This is just another example of trying to put a wrench in things that a lot of people in the city are very tired of. In fact, to use a term, many, 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 many people are, not just a many. It's stupid to keep dragging things out. It was done with the Gulf Stream, and it's time to stop fighting and causing problems for things that are a good benefit to this city and the people that live in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wes Blackman? And I think that's all the cards I have. This, I don't know what my alley means. If it's Todd, it's his alley.
I have 2 public comments, Madam Mayor.
That's it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are you going to read them? We're after Wes is
Mr.
done?
Blackman.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. It's my understanding that the city bought this property for $250,000 versus letting the CRA buy it initially. And it was voted on November 5th, 2019, allowing the sale of the building. It should have been signed and sent back to the CRA, and then we would schedule a closing after a project came together. By selling to the CRA, nearly 5 years later, a viable redevelopment project, WMODA, is progressing. To further the discussions and potential redevelopment, the property needs to be transferred to the CRA for the CRA to take several steps towards the finalization of a redevelopment agreement. The CRA and the city are on the same team. There's no reason for the CRA to pay the city market value for the property. With this arrangement, the city is making money. More if you include the indirect benefits of a successful redevelopment project. We are all supposed to be partners working together on a plan that is 8 years in the making. The city isn't losing anything. We gain a first-class destination that, along with the Gulfstream Hotel, will revive our downtown and help us become a sustainable city economically. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. First comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. Please make sure that any sale of this city-owned land is at market price and undertake an objective appraisal before sale. I'm tired of seeing the city sell public assets for less than market value. And the second comment's from Sam Goodstein, 1717 12th Avenue South, Lot E4. WMODA is the goose laying a golden egg. Feed it, don't let it find a new nest. Those are all the comments for this item.
Thank you very much. Mr. McVoy?
I will just remind all of our commission and those listening that we had a visit from one of the gentlemen from the Palm Beach County Tourist Bureau office, something or other, I don't remember the exact name of the organization. And we specifically discussed in front of this commission at that time, did that person, in their professional opinion of tourism and knowledge of the city, think that our historic downtown and the historic fabric of it was a significant part of what makes Lake Worth valuable touristically? And he was unequivocal that yes, it does. So one of our concerns, in addition to the sale price one, is we've seen sort of a steady erosion of the number of that historic fabric. And I've always firmly believed that that is a very key part of our city. So I raised the caution on it. It's not just, and I appreciate the mayor's, cheer for the loss of the building. The bigger issue is the fabric of historic downtown. And let's just keep that in mind. We've been told by people who know these things that it is a big part of it. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz?
I've received a number of those similar comments regarding the value of properties and what we let them go for. And that's kind of like a long-standing conversation, not just for Lake Worth Beach, but municipalities everywhere, is just how much are you willing to let go and how much of it really returns. I think this one, it's not like we're selling it to a private organization. It is the CRA. I have a lot of faith in them. But I did have a question probably for city manager, just because I think people are going to wonder this as well. And that's, 501 right now is the home to our parking division. And what's like the outlook on how that's going to change, how this is going to affect it? What's the timeline? Because, people want access to pay their parking tickets or not, but they're knocking on that door.
And then they'll call us because they got booted.
I hear a lot of public comment on that one.
Good evening, everyone. Discussions are ongoing. So we're already talking about the leisure department and where they will be located in the meantime. So that is currently happening. We do not have a
So people
finalized
still have to pay their
definitions
tickets.
yet.
Yeah,
That
nice
will not-
try.
that will not pause.
I'm going to use this opportunity to just make a public announcement. If you get a parking ticket in the city of Lake Worth Beach, please pay your parking ticket. In the past week, I have gotten calls or emails from 2 people that didn't pay many parking tickets, and now we're getting booted and towed and freaking out because now it's $1,000, not $40. So please, pay attention. We're not being mean. We just need you to pay whatever the amount is at the time, because we are paying attention. So public announcement over. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So it's unanimous, Madam Clerk. Next up, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the addendum to the contract.
Lieutenant, come on up. We have multiple today.
I feel so safe.
I will say while they're all making their way up here, I know you guys all received the email from Captain Bear.
Yeah.
So for the public who's not aware, Captain Bear will be leaving District 14 and going to training. So we will have someone new coming, and he is actually here this evening.
And I just want to say to Captain Bear, if you're listening, thank you very much for the service that you've given our city, and best wishes on your new, less stressful assignment. Well, okay, I'm an optimist. And best wishes to you, and thank you so much. So, good evening, gentlemen.
Hello, thank you, everyone. Before we get into the contract, I just want to introduce everyone here to the council and everyone in attendance as well. My name is Bill Brannon. I'm the regional major for the Eastern Region. Due to some changes at the sheriff's office, there were some retirements. There's going to be some personnel changes. I'm moving on, and Major Pete Palenzuela is going to be taking my place. I've known Pete almost 30 years, well, 25. Fantastic person, a dedicated servant. He's looking forward to coming here. I went to the police academy with Captain Karn. This is Terrence Karn. So I've known him 28 years, another amazing public servant. And the two of them, they have the same goals as the city, to make Lake Worth a nice, safe, wonderful place to live and work.
Well, thank you.
And you all know Lieutenant.
We know him.
Okay.
We know him.
So, gentlemen, you get the next one, we'll take this one, and welcome aboard.
Welcome very much. Thank you so much.
Major?
We
Major?
look forward to a long and fruitful relationship.
Major? Real quick, you didn't officially announce who exactly is Captain Karn.
Oh, sorry.
And who is he replacing?
Yeah, thank you.
Captain Karn is replacing Captain Bear. So we tried to find someone who looks just like
I
Captain
was going
Bear.
to say, they look like brothers.
This is what we got.
I was going to,
He was a close second.
We call each other stunt doubles, me and Captain Bear.
twins almost.
But you do know that Captain Bear answered our phone calls at 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning.
Yeah, all
like
the time.
Like the bat phone, right?
He showed up. He just showed up.
Little bit of pressure.
I'm still here, I don't remember.
Nah.
Yeah.
I'm the city manager.
Well, thank you so much. We're looking forward to working with you.
Welcome.
It's a great and challenging city.
Back to the budget, questions? What can we do for you on that?
Yeah, so obviously on our last meeting, we had the contract on for discussion, and we did not take a vote on it. We wanted to push it in the meeting because you guys had some questions or comments or anything. So we have the major, actually Captain Bear is out, I think it's at training or something this week, but we do have Major Brannon here, as well as Lieutenant Lavinia, for any questions or comments you guys might have on the contract. I will say that on the next round, because this is addendum 13 to a 2008 contract.
Right.
In our last conversation with Lieutenant and Captain, we talked about for the next round, when we re-up the contract, we're going to start fresh with a brand-new contract. Instead of having an addendum 14, to a 2008 contract, which makes no sense. Because there are a lot of things I think that we want to discuss or see what we can add or subtract from that. And I know that there are things on PBSO's side as well that they would like to probably modify in that original contract.
Thank you. And that's why I asked the clerk to send each of us a copy of the first and all the original 413 amendments. I'm hoping that we will start fresh next year, but as we read through them and see different things, I would like to just, be open to conversations about how we can improve service, how we can change service, adapt it to our needs, that sort of thing. And I'm hoping that we can do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because a lot,
No reason we can't.
we're getting the same thing, like prostitution, the visible crimes, and the visibility of the BSO is something that we hear about a lot. So you just have to
Visibility of lack of visibility or?
lack of, like I never see, and it's when I try to explain to someone if there's an incident, how many cars are running in Lake Worth like at a time?
Depending on the time of the day.
Yeah.
At night, it's a minimum of, I think, 6, but during the day, you might see as many as 20.
Right.
Depending on what's going on that day, maybe even more.
Yeah, because what happens is, and what people don't realize is when there's an accident or an incident, there's all the cars. So you're not going to see it's going to be concentrated there. And we would love to be able to afford a lot more people. But I'm just going to see if we can together find some creative ways to somehow increase that visibility, something, because the citizens have really, gotten to us. Thank you. I believe Mr. McVoy was first, and then,
I think
no,
Ms.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Vice Mayor
Malega
Malega.
was first.
Thank you. Hello, Major.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
One thing I'm going to piggyback on what the mayor just said. In reading the first contract, a couple things that we've been trying to do is really get PBSO to do more of the ordinance enforcement. And when I read through the language, it says law enforcement services shall encompass all those duties and functions of the type coming within the jurisdiction of and customarily provided by municipal police departments. Now, in here it says code enforcement and ordinances, and I know that that's something that we have had some issues with on all of,
Noise.
because the deputies a lot of them aren't here all the time. They don't know the ordinances like if they were Boca Police or Delray. So if we can work on how we can educate the police officers better on the ordinances and what we want to focus on enforcing, and start really, like you mentioned, the parking, start enforcing those ordinances and having more visibility, because in here it says, including city facilities and parks, having more visibility, even on the little four-wheeler things that you guys have, which are amazing, in the parks, because you guys are doing an amazing job. And I think that now we really want to focus on the quality of life issues, as well as those obviously emergency phone calls that you get, but how can we help you as a commissioner in a city for the officers to know what our ordinances are and what our focus is on enforcement? So if you could help us with that in the next couple months, I think that would be great.
Yeah, maybe we could just do like something to make it easier for them.
That's what I'm saying, like-
Noise is one of the things we get a lot of
Cars
complaints
parked on
about.
front lawns, police officers just driving right by them and really just writing a ticket or a warning.
And I've heard from citizens, I don't mean to interrupt, but I've heard from citizens, and this is very troubling. I'm hoping it's just people talking and it's not based in any fact, that there has been a discouragement by people on the commission not to enforce certain ordinances. I can't believe that would be true. But if you're hearing that out there, please, you got to know that that can't be true, because we have to enforce the ordinances. So, Mr. McVoy.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know there's a change in regime and we know everyone's got to get settled in. But I think that it would be maybe even a workshop or something with with us and, the new captain and, your replacement on, here's our goals for the top 5 goals for the city of Lake Worth Beach, what we want to focus on in the next year.
We would love to hear that. Put just that way, what are your priorities?
Right.
And we are a finite resource. So wherever you put that resource,
We're not someplace else.
it's exactly. So, but you're the hand that holds the leash. So you come up with, as a body, what the priorities are, and then work with Captain Karn and Lieutenant Lavinia and see how that works out. Code enforcement, yeah, there's part of it, but it's, when you said traditionally there's always traditionally been a code enforcement department. But again, that can be hashed out later. There might only be certain codes that you want
Right.
taken
Right.
care of.
Or top priority
Top
ones.
priority ones, but yes, a workshop or someplace to hash that out.
Just so we all know what we're
A
talking
good
about.
place to do
Yeah,
it.
so we're all on one page and we're united up front.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. McCoy? And then Mr. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am a little bit alarmed at the comment that you made that, sort of indicating that maybe some commissioners have talked and asked.
No, I'm trying to dispel that myth.
Well, that wasn't a very good way to dispel it, but I too like the idea of us as a body either writing it down and sending it to you or having a public discussion or however we want to do it and it applies not to PBSO, but it also applies to how we deal with code ourselves, our own code department. There's some overlap there. A question, and I don't know whether this question is for the city manager or for you, but both can have a crack at answering it. Does this, well, before I get to that one, I too have received a lot of input over the years from the public that suggests, let's look at the contract, let's look at some things. One that just came up at a community meeting recently was the idea of some sort of performance metrics that the community can see. Some of them are there already, how many arrests, some of those things. But I think there's a wish for some more of that. One that, and we can, obviously come back to this later, but one is, how do we deal, is there a way that PBSO can deal with the concern that was raised by other folks, visibility? And I think heat maps could be a way, heat maps that are appropriately, without detailed information, what car where, you don't need that. But there's some metrics that we could think about that might help the public have higher confidence in some things. My question is, does this amendment, which I guess is Amendment 13, to the contract, spell out any details or commitments of services to be provided regarding the homeless? We've had presentations from PBSO about some possible programs. Is there anything specified about that in this amendment?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you. Thank you for the clear answer.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you. I was happy to hear that this will be the last amendment because it's like we're just CPRing this ancient contract, and Captain Bear is really great. I'm glad he's able to move on, and I think we have. But I think we have like a really good opportunity here in terms of timing. There's kind of like a little bit of a transition where we're working with this old contract with this amendment, which is probably going to limit, I suspect is going to limit us a little bit on just how much we can change, really, if at all, But I think that's fine. I like the idea of having a workshop and a discussion of the new brass and just kind of going over some things. So I look forward to that discussion. So I won't get into too much detail, but there's two things that they live rent free in the back of my mind because I hear these comments all the time, and one of which definitely is something that's like definitely I'm not going to say it's a personal vendetta, but it's a problem. But the first one is we have an education task force for the city, like some similar to our advisory boards. And one of the things that they're really interested in is the safety on the 10th Avenue overpass. And I've been, as you guys know, working with DOT and other agencies, it's slowly working towards an alternative to get kids crossing over there. But in the meantime, looking for things that we can do, like, low-hanging fruit. And one of the things that was discussed was, I forget what our contract is. I think we have 25 crossing guards. And like, how can we maybe reorganize them so that they kind of focus on that area? Because it's pretty bad at 10th Avenue overpass. And so, that's a discussion to have. And then another one, and you're a major, so I know you're probably familiar with this. You're gonna cringe at this, but
Maybe not.
Our docks,
got a gun.
our docks and our Snook Islands, and the issue of derelict vessels and people living on it. It's been a nightmare. And working with Captain Bear, we've been slowly working on issues, and we definitely need to continue that effort and that conversation because it's like as you know, it's a legal minefield, But I think, what some might understand or be reminded of, what works in our benefit is a substantial portion of Snook Islands is owned by the city. So I think where we were last at was trying to get some OAN signage out there so that we could more effectively trespass. But it's just keeping that process going because it's painful.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yes.
And it's been a problem more lately.
It has. The good news is our marine unit, it's not just Lake Worth, it's the entire intercoastal.
Would you say
Boca-
that again into the
Yeah,
microphone?
it's not just Lake Worth. From Boca up to Jupiter, the entire intercoastal, intracoastal, is plagued, beset with derelict and abandoned vessels. It is, my assignment prior to this was I worked in legal with the attorneys, and it was shocking how complicated the maritime laws and the property rights and the anchoring, it's mind-boggling. The good news is, despite the bureaucracy, the Marine Unit is making headway in removing these derelict vessels all over the county. It's a big job, and it will take time, but progress is being made on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit
exactly.
more involved.
A bit more involved.
And that was, that's the, I hope is going to be maybe a low hanging fruit because, a lot of the submerged land is our property. And I think we still, I look forward to this conversation because I don't know how it would translate on an amendment to the contract. I think it might be more if on that section of providing marine unit, it might be more of a clarification thing and less of a demand. But I think, let's just say we would really appreciate to have marine units presence in our waters.
I know a guy who can make a call.
Yeah.
I know, and taking that one step further, the docks themselves, and there's been a lot of, people that are like sleeping on the docks, and there we go again with the whole stuff, but a presence there would be, helpful as well. We'll talk, we'll talk. Okay, great, thank you very much. Do we have a motion? Did we take a motion? Okay. Do you have a motion?
Motion to approve the 13th Amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, and welcome aboard to those guys. Thank you very much. Good to see you always.
And I hope Captain Bear will stop in and say hi before he disappears altogether.
He's gone. He's out of here.
He's gone.
Okay, C, the rules of procedure. This is a resolution with, I think a few of us have a few comments.
Motion to receive and file.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
Yay.
Motion fails. C, public speaking, okay. Okay, so this
I
resolution,
apologize, Madam Mayor. There was one public comment for the LESA item.
okay, can you read it, please?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I am so tired of every time there is a crime issue or a law enforcement need in this city, we are told repeatedly that our contract does not permit the city or the city manager or the acting city manager to provide direction to PBSO. Considering that half of our city budget goes to PBSO, the contract with PBSO should be amended to provide the city with some power to direct resources to crime issues that the residents who pay the taxes that fund the contract feel are important to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve for discussion?
Motion to discuss, not
Do
approve.
we need it, do we need a motion to discuss it?
Motion to
We need
approve
I have
it.
a motion, a second to
All
discuss.
right, I'll make a motion to approve it to start the discussion.
Second.
Okay, for discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure we have some input on this.
I do, might like
I
to.
think we all do. Okay, Ms. May, you-
Okay, so we started last meeting going over a few things. We kind of started at the beginning of the resolution. And I think we agreed that for number 5, regarding the town halls, we agreed that the even districts on even years, odd districts, odd years, them lasting for 2 hours with no official action. I just wanted to kind of go through those, like, that one
I
I'm
just want to
okay
get where
with.
you are on the, as we go
I'm
through this.
on, well, they're not page
I know
numbers.
they're not
It's
paginated.
it's the third page,
Okay.
it says number 5,
Got it. Town halls.
the town halls. That one we kind of talked about last time, and I have, I'm okay with the way that that's written now. The next one would be the, on 2 pages later where it says Rule 5, Order of Business.
Right?
I'm okay with putting the liaison, or our reports, the city manager report and the city attorney's report at the end. And that makes sense because we're not going anywhere. We can give our comments at the end of the meeting. And then that kind of brings it over to the public comment part.
Non-agenda?
No, not yet. I don't think that's,
Well, that's part of.
What page are you
Rule
on?
5. There's no page. She's on Rule 5, which is like the 5th page in, order of business.
If I got it,
hold on.
the reordering.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the reordering.
Well, it has public participation number 9 rather than number 6.
Oh, no, yeah, I don't want to reorder that. I want to leave it where it is.
No, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it's still number 6. It has not been changed.
There seems to have been some confusion.
Yeah,
There are different versions.
I'll be happy to call on you in just a second.
Okay, so, no, so as I was going through number 5, all I'm saying that I'm in support of is moving the commission reports, the city manager report, and the city attorney's report, not the public participation.
So you want non-agenda, stay where it has been?
Stay where it has been. And also because it also includes the consent agenda, and if you put it later and then put the consent agenda before it, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, you could move those.
You could,
Yeah.
but I think it's fine, the way it is. And if we ever find ourselves in a situation where we need to change it on a case-by-case basis, we can, but I don't think that it doesn't behoove us to do that as a city because we want to increase the participation if we can. The next thing is number 3 on the next page.
Right.
Yes, Rule 6, number 3.
Right. I have some notes.
Yeah, so where it says, okay, so if you read part through it, where it says, I guess it's maybe like the 10th line down, where it says during a public hearing, the presentation shall be limited to, that confused me because what presentations during a public hearing? I don't know what that means. But, so if that could be clarified, that would be great. I think that, and I asked, I wasn't around, I guess, when the online comments were not read. I didn't know that that was a thing, but I guess they used to not be read at all. And then during COVID, people got to participate online as everybody kind of switched over to the Zoom, and then we didn't go back. My suggestion is that the clerk does read the comments that have to do with the public hearings, unfinished business, and new business. As we go along through the meeting, she or he does not read the public comments on non-agenda items and the consent agenda. Those can be read by us and the community on the computer. So that's my suggestion, if I can make one.
So read the ones that are for specific.
Read the
items.
ones that are for the specific items,
Right.
but not read the ones that are, I mean, the people, if you want to make one and come in here and talk for the non-agenda items, I think that's great. But the ones that are people just writing in non-agenda items, we can all read those. But the ones that are for the business that we are taking care of that night, I don't think that just because somebody puts it online and doesn't come in, I think that those are equally good ways to participate, especially in 2024.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Hold on.
Oh.
And,
Moving right along.
okay, I'll stop there because that's a lot, but I do have one more part.
Well, let's go for it.
All right. No, I'm going to wait.
Okay.
I'm going to wait.
Okay.
I'm good for there.
Okay. Mr. McVoy was next. Not sure. Hall monitor? Am
I
right?
think so.
Okay.
I want to make it clear, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioner May, that the overall gist of these proposed rule changes and the ones that were suggested at our last meeting would decrease, not increase, public input, public participation, and public representation. May I not be interrupted, please? I have the floor. Madam Mayor, when it is your turn, please explain what the proposed changes would improve. I think we need to understand what it would improve. I'm with a wide range of residents on these issues. These changes are damaging and unnecessary, and I oppose them. I think it is embarrassing that 3 members of this commission are trying to restrict public comment and public presentations. The process of presentations has not been abused. There's a common expression, don't fix what ain't broke. I want residents to know that I welcome input from all of them, and that I'm more than happy to give 5 or 10 minutes of our meetings for presentations that at least one of my colleagues thinks are worth having. I don't have to think it's important, but if at least one colleague of mine says, hey, I'd like to add this presentation to it, I've had residents that came to me, I respect that. Whether I happen to agree with the topic or not, I think it's extremely important for there to be mechanisms, multiple mechanisms for public participation. I also would say the proposal to distinguish between public comment on non-agenda items and say those cannot be made electronically, you got to come in person, is a very undemocratic, very discriminatory approach. We have many people in our community who have families, who work, and they might be able to make online comments, but now they hear not only is there a problem if they don't make the first 10 or 15 or whatever number we decided at some earlier thing to restrict it to, now they won't even get read at all. And that is going, in my opinion, very much in the wrong direction in a democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, thank you. I think, who's next? Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I in no way ever want to take the floor away from our community. The reason that I'm excited to move our commission meeting around is because we are here to conduct business, and we don't get to business sometimes until 8:30, 9 o'clock, which is absurd. There's always a time for us to have our liaison comments, the city attorney and the city manager at the end. I think that I would like to talk about having all of the proclamations that we read put into consent agenda unless there's somebody here to receive it. Because sometimes we take 15, 20 minutes just doing that. And if we have people who are sitting in the audience waiting to conduct business and waiting for us to hear the public hearing, that's not fair. So I would like to have consensus that if we do have any of those resolutions or proclamations, that they all go into a consent agenda. And at the beginning, the mayor can say, is anyone here to receive A, B, or C? If they are, we can obviously move them out, read them aloud, do the picture, whatever. But again, that's in the essence of time. So this is not about, in my world, about controlling public comment or controlling when people can speak, because that's what we're here for. I think that some of the confusion that came up a couple weeks ago is in reading number 3, it has, during a public hearing, the presentation shall be limited to 10 minutes each, but the time may be extended to permit questioning. This pertains to when we have a public hearing and someone's answering our questions. This is not about public comment. And I think that when people saw that, some confusion happened, right? Like, we're not trying to control or take away the time. It's just that there's certain parts of our agenda where people get more time than others. And for me, if I have somebody coming here from the public, and there's, let's just give Todd Townsend wants to come in and he wants to give us a quick presentation, 3 minutes on what he thinks about the birds in the air. Todd, you got 3 minutes, take it away, right? That to me is because Todd doesn't have certifications, or he may, about birds in the air. I want my presentations that are factual, that have slideshows to the public, to be from somebody who has expertise in that field, because they're really here advising us and giving us information. And to me, that's why I would like to see the presentations only come from or have, in the beginning of this item, it says no cities in the country allow members of the public to give presentations to a commission. Presentations are not related to public comment nor public participation. Almost every municipality in Palm Beach County requires consensus or majority vote for commissioner to add an item to the agenda, which is why we have the pre-agenda meetings. So we're not wasting staff time and we're not having to go through these conversations. So those are the only two things that I would really like to see, is that for a presentation, we have to have consensus for that person to come present and do a 10-minute and slideshow and get with the city clerk's office. And in my opinion, again, we need consensus to do that. I honestly just think that some of this wording is what's confused the public in regards to this number 3.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz, Ms.
Well, did you have a response to anything? You had your light on.
Always.
Oh, sure, okay.
Such a gentleman.
You know, I don't believe that the intention is stifling participation, but, you know, I'm certainly not making an accusation. I think the intention of efficiency and time is definitely something to consider. But the thing is, the changes that are proposed, it's how the public perceives it, and probably more importantly, how a court might perceive it. And, you know, certain things are in there, like, you know, thanks for making a distinction on the public hearing. That's an important one, because absent that, you know, the Constitution would guarantee that party to have the time, all the time that they need to present their case, right? And so,
I object, but that's okay.
So, you know, there are certain things in there that are really important to have, because you're right, this is a meeting that things need to happen, and we need to move the agenda along, but also we do need to listen to our community at every opportunity we get. And this city has historically, at least recently, made that such a big priority, especially with our public comment and just how we operate things. And I think this is correctly being perceived as a step in the opposite direction. And there's concern about not necessarily how it's going to be handled now or in the immediate future, but what about, you know, in the prolonged future, what are the risks that are happening and whatnot? You know, a really good example, and luckily it was changed, but the first round, you know, there was a talk of presentations from the public, you know, it needs to be professionals. Well, that precluded volunteers, and luckily it was changed. But I think there's still, you know, that uproar that we received, correctly so, from the public on that word. I think the theme and the concern is still there. You know, we can come up here and we can say, we only want to hear presentations from certified people or people who are, you know, qualified to do so. Well, we're not a court. We don't really, I mean, we are a type of court, but we don't really have like, what does that even mean? Like, there are people, you know, probably in this room who would disagree on who's an expert on any particular subject. We don't really have anything necessarily clearly outlined out that says, this is what's going to be acceptable, this is what's not going to be acceptable. The best that we can probably do is provide really specific examples, and that's not an adequate test, because we often get comments that we are surprised by it or not. You know, people come up for non-agenda comment, and we do have to listen to a lot of things. And I appreciate it, but every once in a while, somebody comes up and is like, hey, you know what, I'm a resident at X and X address, and there's an issue in this alley by my house, blah, blah. And that is the way that we learn about that issue, because that person, that is how they know to reach the commission. Or maybe they've emailed staff or emailed us, or emailed, you know, who they thought was in charge and didn't get a response. So they come here and they do that. So whenever we put out, you know, message and policy change of saying, you know, things like non-agenda comment, alluding to maybe somehow that's not as important as the things that are on the agenda, I strongly disagree with that, because I think every opportunity that the public has, whether it's written, vocal, or in person, to provide comment, we should nurture it. I'm definitely thoughtful of the time issue and the need to move through the agenda. I think there is a way to address that. I don't think this is the best way to do it. I think the better way, and we can discuss it, is, you know, some municipalities do have time certain starts, and they have kind of parameters and gates of saying, okay, now we're going to take public comment and we're going to go for whatever X amount of time. If there's 200 people in here, realistically, it's going to hold us back, but we have a time certain to start to get back on agenda or whatever it may be. There's different ways of wording it. I'm not proposing anything specific, but there's other ways of wording it that doesn't come across as if you show up with 100 of your friends and the commission sees the room and says, well, you know what, we have 6 other agenda items and there's paid consultants here, so let's put those 100 comments at the end of the meeting. That is not a good look. Like, I know the intention is to get through the work that we're doing, and we may be intending to do that, but members of the public are not going to perceive it as that. Whether or not we agree with them or not, or what their message is, we should be willing to listen and nurture that conversation.
Thank you. I got some feedback a couple of meetings ago where we moved, was the last meeting, I remember, to, public comment to the end of the meeting, and somebody, well, we never got to say anything, but we got the work done that we needed to get done in that meeting. And I think that, and right, as what you're talking about, it's not moving public comment. I know. Okay. On the page, we're on rule number 3, rule 6, number 3. I'm sorry?
It's not moved, but we have in the past openly talked about, voting or moving. Have we done it? I think we've done it. Where
several
we've-
times.
Right, and just put yourself, it's not about the issue. People are going to comment about a multitude of issues. What it's about is put yourself as not somebody who's sitting up here on the dais, but somebody who's out on one of those benches.
Right.
And
Staff.
you have a job, yes, our staff and consultants and developers who are showing up to hearings, they're getting paid to be here. It's part of the job. It's kind of what we do. But also members of the community who come to public, to do a public comment, they have jobs too. They have families. They have their own schedule as well. And I am really uncomfortable with putting any kind of notion out there that says, well, you know what, your stuff needs to go at the end because it's just not as important. Because deep down, as an elected official, I at least like to consider myself a representative of people, and that is the real definition of people, not the Citizens United definition. So when a human being is here to make a comment, to me, that's going to take precedence. I don't care what the issue is. I might fundamentally very much disagree with everything that they say and every word. They might be openly hostile to us like they have, but they have every right to be there. And any notion where we have a conversation of saying, well, you know what? Let's maintain the opportunity to push them towards the end so that we can get the important stuff out of the way. It's not a good look. is what my concern
And I
is.
don't, please, no, thank you.
Our rules do allow
Mr. McAvoy,
clapping.
I am not,
Our rules do allow clapping. It's in the rules.
all right, thank you very much for that helpful advice. My thing is, though, if we are, if a lot of our things, and I'm not, we have it still at the beginning, okay? But if we do see that we have a lot of business on the agenda, and there's a lot of people, and a lot of people who don't even live in the city who are here to talk about something, a lot of our stuff has deadlines. We have to have, it's important, and it's a problem if at the end of the meeting at 11 o'clock, we've got 4 agenda items. I just think we should just use common sense, and sometimes we have to be adaptable, and sometimes we have to adjust our expectations to do it. We're leaving it at where it is. I have, talking about the language of number 3, rule 6, where it says during a public hearing, the presentations, like you said, I think we can cross out during a public hearing, because the presentation shall be limited to 10, I have a hand up from the attorney?
In that sentence, if you would want to change that to during a quasi judicial public hearing, because that's really the intent.
Perfect, thank you, okay. Yeah, okay. But presentations, so right now, as this is presentations, if someone wants a presentation, so let's say I wanted a presentation about something, I would, the way this proposes, I would take it to our pre-agenda meeting, just make sure that I understand, and have to have a consensus of at least 3 people to bring it to allow that presentation to happen.
Yes.
Okay.
And
I just have a question. On the quasi judicial, could we break that out separately instead of under Rule 3? Because this is public comment. Could we have a whole different section for
Just
quasi judicial?
separate it out,
To
visual.
separate it?
Yeah,
So it's not lumped with public? That's all I was.
okay. So I understand it. I'm a little troubled by it, but I think it's worth a try because we do have so many things that come to this agenda, to this meeting all the time. And in terms of the, that choice of words professional was unfortunate, but I think that we should have some sort of limit, and we've discussed this, I've discussed this with the city manager, be the representative of a recognized thing, just some sort of alignment with some group that is established. That's, in terms of that. But if we're going to have a consensus, that will take care of that. I had, let's see. Okay. Let's see, that may be. Okay, one thing, just a couple people said when we mentioned staff can put something on an agenda, it might be helpful for folks to understand that if we separate out city manager, city attorney, and staff, or staff can bring it, just to, because what about the city manager? Well, he's staff. Where are you? Just in general, agenda procedures, Rule 12, matters may be placed by, this one actually says city manager, city attorney, so that one's a good one. But there's a couple where it doesn't say, it's not that important, but just, everyone is our staff.
Any staff can put it on?
Well, no, it says staff. It says staff. So I don't think our staff is going to be revolutionary and put stuff on the agenda without Mr. Waters', approval of it, or, Ms. McCain's approval of it, so. Okay, so, Mr., I see a lot of lights on, and let's go, you got nothing. Let's go to Mr. Brown.
Thank you. And I wasn't sure if you wanted to, how you wanted to address this, or if you wanted to hear from the city clerk on some of the things that are put on, because she's obviously done some research as far as what happens in other municipalities in Palm Beach County and just Florida in general and kind of around the country. And I think sometimes people forget that pre-COVID, there was no submittal of written comments to the clerk, which would then be read during a meeting. That happened because we were meeting virtually. No one was meeting in person. That was the only way to collect public comment at that point in time. That wasn't a thing before COVID came.
Okay.
And everyone, after COVID kind of dispersed and everyone started meeting in person again, that went away. We just never took it away. We just continued doing that. But it's become, it's sometimes kind of burdensome instead where we're adding more things. So all we're trying to do here is just make this more efficient to run a business meeting. And kind of looking at how that's done across the board in other places, and other places are running things more efficiently, and what kind of things we can do to also run meetings more efficiently. Another thing that came up was the consensus on presentations. That was another thing that we looked into as well, because that is just something that is just standard across the board. If you wanted to bring something forward, that's typically something that you would bring forward, and whether it's during commission comments or whether it's during our pre-agenda meetings, some type of actual scheduled meeting where you would bring forward, hey, I would like a presentation on this or that. You get consensus, and then you direct staff to have that presentation happen. And Melissa, you can chime in on this as well, but I don't know, other than the town of Palm Beach, I don't know if you were able to find anywhere else where that happens, where just one person can kind of just bring whatever. Because typically it is the board, it's the city of Lake Worth Beach, the elected body of the city of Lake Worth Beach that is requesting something, not individuals. So we're trying to kind of streamline this a little bit so we don't get so out of whack. Melissa, you there?
I'm here.
Can you weigh in on this as far as like the presentation, and then also the, I know we talked earlier about the submitted written comments and reading the comments and everything.
Yes, so almost every single municipality requires either a majority of the commission or consensus to have a commissioner add something to an agenda. And then regarding online comments, there are only 2 municipalities out of the 39 that allow online comments. So we are one. Palm Beach is the other, but they don't read them. No other municipality allows comments to be submitted like we do on a portal or read online comments, just us.
Okay. I sort of like Ms. May's idea about we read the comments on specific items, specific agenda items, because that's much more focused. But do you have more?
No, I was just saying, and that's why we're bringing these forward, because we see where we get jammed up on some of these things. We get to a point where we might not get actual business done. So we bring this forward for all of you to discuss. Obviously, whatever the will of the commission is, we will do. We just want to make sure you guys are aware and informed of how other neighboring
Yeah.
municipalities actually do this in the county. So you know that if we're going out on our own and saying we're going to be the only ones doing one particular thing, and we're kind of, we want to make sure you guys are informed as far as what everyone else is doing, and bringing forward some of these suggestions to kind of streamline things. But ultimately, it's up to how you guys want to run the meetings, and we'll, as staff, will follow whatever your direction is.
Ms. May, would you want to adjust your motion to have that change about public matters, agenda items being read?
You mean, amend the motion?
Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, yes, I can do that. Sorry, dying. So I guess it would be to amend Rule
motion to
6,
approve,
number
right.
3, to remove any, I think we should also say what Vice Mayor Maliga said, to remove anything about presentations from number 3.
I have to find us again.
And it's where it says number 7, it's, no, back here. Here.
Oh,
To take out the public hearing, the presentations, blah, blah, blah. And then, so the city clerk will read comments submitted online regarding public hearings, unfinished business, and new
any
business.
agenda items?
Okay, it was spelled out at the beginning of it is spelled out in the rest of the motions, which is why I read it that way. If you see it, it says it several times, where it talks about those 3 items, the public hearing, the unfinished business, and new business. That's the only reason I separated it out. But the way it would read is the clerk will read all comments regarding public hearings, unfinished business, and new business. And then you could put, the clerk will not read public comments on non-agenda items and the consent agenda. Those will be posted on the website.
Okay, seconder, do you agree to that?
I agree to the amended motion
Okay,
and breaking out a subsection for during quasi judicial hearings.
okay. Mr. McFoy?
Can I,
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to make it clear to the public that we as a commission did not write this. Staff wrote this and they did research on it and they came back to it. So assuming that we approve of any of this writing is an assumption, it's not fact. So, like, for example, there are some things that, I looked at and I thought it was kind of the same thing that other people are saying, I don't know. And that also the thing is that we are available to the community. At least I am, to be able to come meet with us. So that's another way that you can meet with your commissioner. You can just call them up or call Wanda and make an appointment. So it's not that we don't want to communicate with the public. I mean, that's why we ran. That's why we're here for service. But during the commission meetings, we have business to take care of. That's kind of the goal of a business meeting. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that that was clear, that it wasn't, we're not trying to, I'm not trying to stifle
And
anything.
I read, before every meeting, I read every public comment that's submitted. I go to the public comment viewer and I read pretty much everyone. Yeah, okay. All right. Mr. McFoy?
Thank you. I find it a little bit interesting that a commissioner would say that we didn't write these, so we don't really take responsibility for them, but we're going to vote for them, but we don't take responsibility for them. When you vote for them, you own them. I think a fundamental piece here that we miss out on is this definition of the business of the city. Maybe my perspective is a little warped because I've been in a number of other countries and I have a lot of contact with a lot of other countries, in-depth contact. I read a good deal. I know what East Germany was like with the East German system and with the Stasi at work watching people and the government deciding what was okay to say and what was not. I had friends, I was there 2 years after the wall came down. I have friends that lived through it their whole adult lives. Number of other countries.
Mayor, we have a person in a second to call the question.
I would like the floor, and I will not tolerate further interruptions.
I think.
I would like to speak.
Excuse me, Mr. McVoy, let me take a
No,
deep breath.
I have the floor right now.
Mr. McVoy, right now, Ms. Malega has called the question.
Well,
which
I
I
think
believe is
maybe,
a
Madam
non-
Mayor, you might want to make a little bit of let people speak.
Well,
You are already saying loudly that we are not trying to stifle public input.
Right?
Well, you're working at stifling it, because one of the things
Mr.
that
McVoy,
each of us
Mr.
do
McVoy.
as commissioners is
Yes,
we
Mr. McVoy.
represent citizens. And
The question
we-
has been called. It is a non-debatable motion.
And we
Is
all
there a
had a bite at
second?
the-
Well, we have a clear indication of what this commission has moved toward.
Thank
And
you.
let me tell you, it is very much towards suppression of public comment. You can assure us all that we don't, but it is. It is suppression of it in a number of different
Thank you.
ways.
The motion has been, the question has been called. All in favor, as amended?
Aye.
Nay.
Wait, hold on.
Wait.
I'm sorry, I can't vote on something, I'm a little confused.
Okay, go ahead.
Are we voting just to amend the portion that I did, or to
No,
approve the whole
as-
thing?
As amended, the whole thing.
I'm
that we
not
just
ready
went
to
through.
do that.
You have more, okay.
You have more to talk about?
Yeah.
Then you need to do that before you make
Well-
your motion.
Well, she asked me if I wanted to just change that part of the thing, so I apologize.
Madam Mayor, I was told I couldn't speak for it because the question was called. Wait a minute, why is another commissioner allowed to speak?
Stop stamping your foot.
I'm not stamping my foot.
Ms. Malega, we stop talking for a second, please. Ms. Malega, you called the question now. Are you withdrawing that?
I will withdraw. I thought we all had talked about all
I
portions of it.
certainly thought we had.
And I thought we all had a bite at the apple, which is Robert's Rules of Order.
Yep.
So I was calling the question so we can move the meeting along and not deliberate any longer.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
you have 55 seconds left on this item.
Thank you. Do we want to go to a workshop on this? Because that's what's going to happen in
That's ridiculous.
50 seconds.
No, I'm good, she can call it.
All right. So are you calling the question?
Yes, I call the question, ma'am.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's the motion as amended.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Thank you very much. Moving on.
I'm sorry, were there 2 nays?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, we have public comments. We do have public comments.
We have to do public comment. I have some as well.
Okay. Peggy Fisher and then Jay. Really?
Peggy Fisher, North A Street. I've sat in this chamber for 16-plus years, listening to one of you pontificate and pontificate repeatedly. I've listened to that person say about the Gulf Stream, let's don't let these people talk, but let these people talk. If you're going to be in favor of comment, it's everybody's public comment, not just yours. It's not the rules that you want to revise to suit you. It's not a presentation that you want to get up here and say, well, don't limit me to 10 minutes. Let me go for 30. That's my time. And I'm giving up my time. And if listening to everybody is so important, then take out the time limits on how long the meetings can run And let's go back to meetings that run until 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, like they did when I've sat in the audience and been the only person here, and one of you was sitting on that dais and flapping your gums. Enough is enough. We're here to do, not to expand on our vast knowledge. We are here to do the business of the city. And yes, public comment is important because I make it all the time. But if you want to be here, you make an effort to be here. If you put your comments online, they are there for the minute you put them on to be able to be read by anybody in this city, in this state, in the world who gets access to the website. There's enough of this, and there's enough of this nastiness that's been going on, and you can laugh all you want because you came to my house and were nasty to me.
Very
A
nasty.
citizen.
Suggested that
No,
you could
it
volunteer and it
We don't
might be a
respond.
helpful thing.
We don't respond.
That's not nasty.
We don't
And
respond.
you told me
All
to
right, Ms.
contact the
Fisher,
city
please
manager.
make it
But
less
you sat up there and have taxed the mayor and another commissioner, and that is inappropriate. So if
Thank
you
you,
want to
that's
have so
fine.
much public comment, take out the limits on how long you're up there.
Thank you. Jay Marcus? Jay Marcus? Followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer. Jay was here. If she comes back in. Ms. Kohlmeyer, you're next. We'll call Jay if she comes back. Wait, what's this? Oh, wait, I have more. Janet. Ah, there's a couple more. Give me just 1 second. Okay. Lauren, Laura, were you asking for this comment, or for this? Okay, all right, Ms. Kohlmeyer, okay, Ms. Kohlmeyer, thank you.
Catherine
Folks?
Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I don't quite know what to say, but I thought you weren't allowed to attack people.
Could you speak up? I
I'm
can,
going to cry, I'm sorry. I thought you were not allowed to attack people in your comments, specific people. And I've come to many meetings and I've seen people attack people very specifically time after time and not being called out on it. And I just do not understand and how that can happen and not be addressed and be allowed. And I have something to say that I think I haven't ever said it because I feel it would be construed as a personal attack. But I have watched the facial expression and body language of one of the people on the commission when a certain other person on the commission speaks, and I see the eye roll, oh my God, me again. And it's very distressing to me because that is not professional. People say that they want to be kind and they don't want to be mean, and they say they want to be fair and businesslike, but that is not what I see played out. So I'm sorry, I just needed to say that.
thank you. Janet Serrano, followed by Jay if she's come back, followed by Melissa Salerno.
Hi, Janet Serrano, 413 North L Street, Lake Worth Beach. My comments are really kind of after the fact, but I'd just like to say, let me set the tone of the remarks by saying that civic engagement is vital to the health of any community. I govern myself accordingly. If I'm not here at your meetings, I'm sick or I'm out of town. But you must set parameters, and I'm glad you have set some of those parameters. It's taxing for a senior citizen like me, as I'm sure it is for many of you, to sit through 5-hour meetings and see the city business not be attended to as it should be. I did like Melissa. I called 11 city clerks in Palm Beach County. I called the ones that are adjacent to us: Boca, Green Acres, Palm Springs, I call Pahokee, Belglade. I learned that none of them allow public comment online. So after learning that and thinking about the issue, I was going to suggest that you continue to allow public online comment, but that you do not read it at the meeting. That it be sent email to commissioners instead, so that you, as a commission, will know what people are worried about. I've often witnessed a deluge of online public comments from people when a controversial issue comes up who don't otherwise attend city commission business meetings or who aren't really interested in the business of the commission. And it's really not fair to have us sit through there when these people aren't here otherwise. So I say, if you find out your solution isn't working and you want to reconsider it in the future, let them have their voice and continue to line comments, but don't make us listen to them and stay here for 5 hours. After all, those comments are addressed to you, not to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay, Marcus, and then Melissa Salerno.
Good evening, Jay Canella Marcus, 1224 16th Avenue North. I'm going to speak off the cuff here. I feel like, as a resident, I'm very disappointed in not only the city rules of procedure being updated in attempts to really suppress the public's forum. To me, it goes against people's civil liberties when we do anything that restricts that. At what point do we not allow the public to speak their mind and their thoughts? Definitely understand there has to be structure, there has to be a way and method of what we do, but anything that restricts that liberty that we all have, to me, is unacceptable. Why should anyone who is only considered a professional to the city be allowed and uplifted and amplified here? Even for me, as someone that has a master's degree, has the credentials associated with many different professional associations and organizations, it's just like, at what point are we going to always try to side with development here? I feel like not only is that what's related, but also goes to show the other types of censorship that have passed in our city. I would say that in general, this is also very much related to how we as a community have not been able to have our chance to speak. I feel like, well, like we saw with the ceasefire resolution tonight, we have not been able to be given public forum, and not only just for folks that are coming for our cause, but also for others that may have other causes or issues to bring up with the city. Like, at this point, it's unacceptable to me.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you. Ms. Salerno, Melissa Salerno? Melissa Salerno? Okay, here you go.
Hi, Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. There seems to be quite a bit of talking the talk going on with some of the dais and less actual walking the walk. I've had very difficult time reaching out and getting in touch with most of you. Some of you have been a little bit easier to interact with. But the attempts at limiting public participation in person and online, restricting potential presentations, and emergency agenda additions sure doesn't sound on par with the same folks who pledged some of the following. Mayor Resch stated, "I believe in our city, I believe in our residents, and I believe our residents deserve to have more input on the issues that directly affect their lives." Some of her priorities, as stated, were promoting transparency in city government, improving communication between citizens, city staff, and commission. Sarah Malega vowed to continue to fight for equity and equality, and stated that they put a united fight to keep District 1 unified so that the voters would have a collective voice for what the voters desired in the community, and that she had dedicated her life to being a community bridge builder. Mimi Resch, ran on the fact that many of the residents of Lake Worth Beach feel unheard and underrepresented. And her mission was to bring our voices to City Hall. That she has integrity, open-mindedness, humility, and willingness needed to successfully serve the city of Lake Worth Beach. And she doesn't shy away from having difficult conversations. I have to say, I'm not getting any cozy feel-good vibes that these sentiments were made to invoke. Why? Because these statements are a far cry from my personal experiences with this commission and the fact that the proposed changes will severely impede resident participation in monthly city proceedings.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you. Okay, next up, thank you very much. We're on to the next agenda item. The next.
No, Madam Mayor, unfortunately,
Oh,
I
you-
have some,
Oh, I'm sorry, you have public comments too? Thank you. Go
I
ahead.
do. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. The business of the city commission meeting includes listening to residents' concerns, suggestions, and complaints. I am against moving public comment to the end of the meeting. Just look at what happened last meeting, no public comment at all, because it was moved to the end of the meeting and the meeting automatically ends at a time certain. What the city should do is stop having so many proclamations which serve no city business purpose. While all these various proclamations are a feel-good activity that the city likes to post about on social media, they take up too much time and sometimes the proclamations number more than 10. Then there is a whole bunch of time wasted in taking photos of everyone and all the chit-chatting that goes on. Do away with all the proclamations or do them at the end. Also, the city commission often spends an hour or more talking about what they did all month. Put that at the end. Public comment should be protected and should be early in the meeting. I know city commissioners don't really want to hear residents, but that is your job. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I do not support moving the public comments to the end of the agenda or near it. Residents should take a priority and be allowed to speak at a time in the meeting that is convenient for them so they can get home at a reasonable hour. I highly resent the fact that we are even considering this. It is only because of the self-serving actions of one commissioner who feels their personal agenda is of greater importance than the residents of this city that we even have to have this discussion. We have been subjected to non-residents using our time to speak on matters that do not pertain to our city, the residents, or our operations. They are only speaking in support of one commissioner's stance on a global matter, which most residents feel is not appropriate for our commission meetings. All the members of the dais serve at the discretion of the voters, and I've grown tired of city business, policies, and procedures constantly being ignored by a single member. Now we have pre-agenda meetings, time limits on commission meetings, etc., all implemented in an effort to thwart one member's attempts to control, manipulate, and impede efforts to run the city efficiently and provide much-needed leadership to our residents. I implore you not to make this change, but rather begin to take action against a member who has consistently behaved in a manner that does not serve the residents of the city, much less those residing in their district. Please find a way to put an end to this immature, unprofessional, and self-serving behavior because the residents are tired of dealing with the fallout from it. Donna Kerner, 1012 North J Street. I oppose the proposed rules change and question why they are proposed in the first place. What was the motivation? Rule 12.5, why introduce a restriction as to what items can be included on the agenda? Rule 6.3, why introduce a restriction on online public comments not being read at meetings? The proposed rule changes, if approved, would undermine the ability of all commissioners to bring forth ideas and would limit public participation. Both of these changes can well be perceived as undemocratic and would set a bad precedent moving forward. Sasha Orenstein, 219 North End Street. The Commission's plan to bar the reading of online submitted public comment directly excludes the vast majority of residents from effective participation. Essentially, this says that the only voices worth hearing are those that have the time, money, and limited responsibilities to attend hours-long city meeting. Likewise, the plan to prevent any new item on the agenda unless approved by the consensus is a rejection of the democratic process. Many of the commissioners campaigned on complaints about a 3-2 vote gridlock. Yet now the plan is to cement majority rule and prevent even the possibility for discussion. Brittany Merriweather, 219 North L Street. The proposed changes to the city's rules of procedure will silence the voices who elected you and stall city progress. Last meeting, many residents were unable to speak on agended and non-agended items because the agenda was rearranged without prior notice and discussion of the motion was denied. The commission is now proposing to prohibit reading public comments submitted online. These actions show a blatant disrespect for public opinion and time and actively discourage transparent public participation. I'm equally concerned at the commission's proposal to inhibit any single commissioner from bringing forth agenda items without full consensus. This will halt progress on issues important to the public and further marginalize the minority voices. Changes to the rules should be aimed at improving democratic processes and transparency, not at stifling them. Please reconsider these proposed rule changes. Next, I think the last comment is from Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. Hello, Mayor and Commission. Your rule change to end the reading of online public comments is a brilliant idea. Reading online public comments such as this one is a horrible practice, and you are very smart to change this. In fact, this is a real win for you as a majority and sure to be supported by the public. I cannot wait to tell everyone I know that you reduce the opportunity for people to participate. Everyone loves politicians who limit input. Luckily, I have a very large circle of friends, so word about this will surely get out there. Less than 6 months ago, those of you proposing and pushing for this change won your elections by an unprecedented low turnout. In fact, other candidates lost their election by more votes than some received to win theirs. Those low vote counts certainly give you the public support needed to do whatever you like. You won your seats fairly. Who cares if it was by meager percentages? I, for one, support you. If people cannot attend the meeting, that is their problem. We don't need to hear their comments. If parents with kids cannot attend the meeting, too bad for them. They likely had nothing important to say. People with disabilities, send a darn email, that should be good enough. Sure, having your comments read as part of the meeting is much more important than sending an email that may or may not be read. But we cannot be bothered to keep a system that has been working well for those unable to attend in person. Even with the limit on reading on only 10 comments, this whole online thing is just a headache for those of us who want to limit input to a small circle who attend city meetings. Don't let the haters stop you from making changes to decrease public input. It was likely input you do not like anyhow, so why should it matter? That's the last comment on this item.
Thank you. Next up. Thank you. Next up is item D, which was brought forward by Vice Mayor Malega.
Madam Mayor, there's also another attached form in front of you guys with some information, a little spreadsheet. Just as more backup, I had asked, I think it was Assistant City Manager, Mr. Perry, and City Clerk to do more research in regards to what other cities have as far as the number of meetings that they have and the number of enterprise funds, just so there was more information in the backup.
Thank you. Did you want to?
Is there a particular reason that that backup was not provided in the backup?
It came in late, and then I had asked Mr. Perry and Ms. Coyne to please make sure to email it to all of you, which I know they did last week.
Last week, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, do you want to have a discussion on this?
This is just something that I brought forward with, and I had consensus on the dais to, back in 2017, there was a compensation adjustment, and this is just to bring forward a conversation of COLA, because as we know, Form 6 is on temporary hold right now,
Right.
but that doesn't mean it's not going to come back with a vengeance. And there was support on the dais to have the conversation, and since we're in budget, we were having the conversation now to add this to the resolution.
Okay. I'll speak. I'm a solo practice attorney, and part of what happens when you get elected to public office, unless you have some sort of scheduled job, it eats into your time. And just a little bit. I mean, yeah. But says that's the that's part of the job. It is the job. And that's one of the reasons that it's very hard often to get people to run, because it is such an exhausting, consuming example of how to lose your life, that it's hard. But I also think that our city, my salary is what, 29 and yours is 24? I would love to say, yes, let's give ourselves a pay raise. I just don't think in the budget that we're looking at,
It's
we
not a
have
raise,
the.
it's COLA.
Well, what are you saying? What are you suggesting?
It's only COLA that they're looking at doing, and it's biannually,
Okay.
and it's just to put us in line for the people who run in the future. Because if you look at, again, the hours and the quality of people that you want to run our city and to make decisions, there are some people who can't afford to, if they want to publicly serve, and dedicate the time and the hours. So just by adding COLA, it was just to put a sliding scale in the future.
How much would that?
What is COLA, 3% this year, I think? It
Something-
depends, every year it changes. But it's biannually. So it would start next fiscal year, 25, and then 27, and then 29, and it's not something that would be annually.
Okay.
But it's just to build that up for whoever's sitting here, because those forms are very invasive, and a lot of cities don't even have people running right now.
Well, I'm going to say that what Vice Mayor Malega is referring to is the change that the legislature has put forward, but has been stopped now. There's a form that we have to fill out every year, which is a fairly simple form about our financial situation. The legislature has a much more complicated form, and they thought that since they should have that form, we should have that form. It's extremely invasive in terms of what your stuff is. And in fact, I believe 26 elected officials have resigned
Just in
Palm Beach County because of it.
And it stays online in perpetuity. They will not abolish
Right.
it.
It's forever, you're marked at that point. So which, it's very invasive and it's awful. So, I mean, if it's a COLA every other year, I would certainly entertain that. Do we have any? Mr. Diaz, your light is on.
Just one quick clarification. I do have some thoughts on this, but it's biannual COLA adjustment, but it's not like, it's the adjustment of that year. It's not like an aggregate of the 2 years, just so everyone understands. And then, and my thoughts are, I think this is always a really worthy conversation to have, especially given tonight's theme of public participation. There's something, I don't think we're really quite there yet, but I think there is a need to have a conversation, to have a plan on how we can perhaps be a leader on this, because similar to like the Form 6 things, there's other things involved on why people don't run, right? There's so many, this is such a long, profound conversation on why many commissions and elected positions all across the country look a certain way, and certain communities are excluded because of lack of things like generational wealth. And it's hard to take, believe me, I get it, as first generation, taking a tremendous amount of the eternity of debt to get a law degree and to better situation just because you want to do better. It takes maybe I'm just a crazy one, but it takes quite a bit to choose to take that level of expertise and education and experience and life experience, and to choose. You could do anything you want with that type of experience, and then to choose to work for what we do, and it takes up a little bit of our time. It's more than a full-time job. If you want to be mediocre at this, it's more than a full-time job.
It's not just showing up.
Yeah, it's not just showing up and voting. There's so much involved that we can never even touch on. And if you're somebody from the community who's young, maybe your parents are immigrants, you don't come from means, you have people to support, you're not going to choose, and as much as you want to do good for your community, and you would be an awesome representative of especially our community here in Lake Worth Beach, you're not going to choose to do this because reality is reality. We have bills to pay, and I would love I don't know what this means. Maybe it's a future conversation. I mean, I'm on board with COLA for the future, but even beyond that, I would love to have some kind of conversation or thoughts, because I don't specifically know what even a suggestion is on what's the game plan. How can we be a municipality that encourages public participation and governance, where part of that is, we want people to work for us, our staff, not just our staff, but even the elected positions themselves, because we have a very real diversity here in Lake Worth Beach, and quite frankly, it's rarely adequately represented in these meetings. And so, that's something that I think we really need to kind of put our heads together and really think about as a long-term but near future plan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McVoy?
I am not very comfortable with the idea of voting ourselves a raise. What's that?
It's for the next.
And it's just COLA.
Cost of living increase, yeah, sure, maybe that's reasonable, I don't know. I definitely bristle a little bit at discussions of, or mentions of the quality of the people who might run. I think there is a valid concern of how do you try to be as democratic as possible. Some of the things that Commissioner Diaz has said, how do you do that given the time commitment? I certainly can attest that this is way more than a job if you're dedicated and serious about it. It's much closer to a full-time job. I suspect that there are others here on the dais who can say that their other careers have taken a big hit to do this. I don't think COLA is going to make any difference to, making that more accessible to people. I don't know how to address that issue. I think it's very interesting that we just had a discussion of public participation, and we said, well, let's look at what other communities in Palm Beach County do, and we'll guide ourselves accordingly. Well, we're already up there among the top in terms of pay, so why would we choose not to look at what other places do at that point? Doesn't seem very consistent to me. So I'm not comfortable with voting ourselves a raise.
Okay, so Ms. Malega has brought this forward. Do we have consensus to ask the city attorney to draft an ordinance which would include a COLA starting in budget year starting 2025? Do we have consensus to do that? Ms. May?
So not for the next year, it's the one after that? But
No,
2025 is the one we just voted on.
Right,
So
right,
it would
right.
have to go in this budget.
No, so it would be 25, 26.
We can make it whatever year you want to start it.
I think we have to ask the finance director that question.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
confused. I don't understand which one it would be. But I
Yeah,
guess
on here it
does-
says starting fiscal year 25, but it should be 26 and then 28.
That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah, because 25,
On the even years.
the even years.
And there he is,
It's like a genie in a bottle.
our leader.
Okay, so starting in 20, I mean, I don't care. That's fine.
Good evening. For the record, Yana Genai, Finance Director.
Well, we're just a little confused. There's a proposal to give us a COLA raise every other year, and there was a question as to what year that would start. We're in the budget for 24, 25 now.
Right.
Right. So probably we're talking about the budget year 25, 26,
So FY '26?
25.
No, FY '25 is what we're gonna,
We're doing 24.
25 is FY 25.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
26 is FY 26.
right, so we would not be putting it in an FY '25, we'd put it in FY '26.
Correct.
Okay.
If you choose that route, then we'll start in 25, 26, the next budget year.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, is there consensus to do that?
I would say no. I would also say that the way that would seem more seemly of doing it would be not to start it in a particular year, but to say that we're not voting this for ourselves, so it should start after the end of whoever's terms are and be on to the next
But all
one.
of our terms end at different times.
Yeah, and I think we're talking about.
That's not a hard thing to keep track of. There's
Minimal
5.
amount of money here. Mr. Diaz?
It is, but I do agree with that sentiment just because of the optics of voting for your own raise. So I think it needs to be budgeted for the year just to prepare for it, but I think if we can have a resolution that says it doesn't apply to us.
Then it would start 28.
We're not talking
Well,
about a lot of money.
It needs to be, it's, even if it was $1, you know what it can be like from the public. But I think
It would be FY '28, because the next, I just got elected in '24, so that'd be '27. So if you started it the following year.
but either way, I'm not wishing anything on anyone, but it should probably still be budgeted. Because
Well, that's what I'm saying,
in
shooting
case
for the-
something, yeah.
Right.
But
That's why
yeah,
I'm-
realistically, if we serve out, or it'll go that far. But yes, and
if you get reelected, that's regardless.
right. So yeah, I mean,
Because he said the people sitting here now.
you're right. It won't apply to us, but this is, in the end, it's an important conversation to have. It is a tiny little bit. I hope to one day live in a world where government positions pay a livable wage, because I think that would really bring a true fix to so many of our government issues. But
But here we are,
and here we are, slowly but surely marching towards that.
plodding through.
I'd like to make a minimum livable wage as a teacher too.
Yeah,
but-
really.
But yeah, if something along, it needs to be budgeted, but it doesn't apply, we're not voting for our own raise.
Well,
I don't know how to
I
word
agree
that.
there should be budget. I think, it's a little, I think the optics of a 3% COLA really isn't a horrible thing to do, but I don't care. Whatever y'all want to do. I wasn't counting on any raise.
So
I'll just have to do
to
another
be clear-
divorce.
Just to be clear, we already had a placeholder for this upcoming budget, so just remove it.
Take away the placeholder.
Take it out.
Don't hold that
Okay.
place. But starting in fiscal year '28, are we talking?
I think the clarity that needs to be given is, does this start in a given year, or does it start after the end of whoever's sitting here now's term? and
But we
start
don't know
at the
who's going to
beginning
get
of the next?
reelected. Yeah. it's not that big a deal. Let's just pick a day and go with it, and then keep going. Let's pick
If none of us gets elected again at 28, we'll be done. So I say FY '28.
All right, FY '28, 4 years from now. Consensus, there you go. Thank you very much. Put it in the books. What? I have a comment. Where do I have a comment? Who? What? Is this D? This is D? Are we on D here? Okay, yeah. Alexandra Kornbach. Hi. We can turn it back up.
I'm sorry, can you speak into the mic, please?
She just turned it on.
It's on?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, Alexandra Karnback, 887 Water Tower Way.
Is that what town?
It's right off Lantana Road, and it
Lantana.
It goes Lantana, but it autocorrects Lake Worth corridor, and sometimes it
Okay.
reconnects to
All
Malibu.
right. It's not Lake Worth Beach, but go ahead. It's Lantana.
Anyways, I feel like it's pertinent, because y'all are having an issue with the timing, apparently, and the public comments. I can tell you, I've sat in Orlando, I've sat in West Palm Beach, and now I've sat here tonight. West Palm does it fabulously. They
Ma'am,
have-
we're not talking about that. We're talking about salaries.
No, I was talking about the public comments, but your
And it's-
salary should not, but your salary is,
All right, the public comments for that have passed.
we're not gonna get to any public comments at the end, and you're not letting people speak, and I don't appreciate it, and it's also kind of, it would be so much more streamlined if you didn't do it at the end. But anyways.
Thank you, ma'am. We're past that. We're on an agenda item now that is about our
On to voting about
salaries.
your own salary. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I do agree that everyone needs a livable wage, but the fact that we spend about how much time, past 15 minutes, discussing the optics of voting on our own salary, I think we could have someone sit in here and probably chop up the good amount of time that we're wasting in these meetings, and we could all get to the point a lot quicker.
Thank you. Oh,
And just one more thing.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry. It'd be really professional if people could get through their whole comments, and if people could, like you're doing right now, maintaining eye contact. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, that's, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So do we have consent, so it's consensus for a 3% COLA starting in fiscal year 2028? Do we have consensus for that? Okay. Having been approved by our finance director, go forward. Okay. I think
Just to be clear, I did not consent.
you didn't vote at all.
Neither did anybody else, apparently.
It's consensus.
No, okay.
Let's take a quick break. 5 minutes, 7 minutes? Well, 7 minutes. Take a 7-minute break, however long it takes to do what you need to do. Gentlemen, we're trying to get started. All right, we got 4. There he is. Where? There he is.
I hit him.
Nope. Yes,
I'm
sir.
ruthless with ruffles.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
it's 8:06 and we have reconvened.
Okay, great, thank you. I just want to make a note. Folks? Well, you're listening, but I just make a note, if you're here for something that had been on the agenda but was removed from the agenda, you can talk about that and have express yourself under non-agended items. It's still, that's available. Now we are on new business A.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
members of the commission, I'm Jerry Kelly, grants analyst. At your meeting of March 5th, 2024, you approved the submission of the Youth Empowerment Learning Center for CDBG funding for fiscal year 2024-2025 CDBG funding. At the time, the county did not have the actual allocation from HUD for 2024 and 2025. And we followed their instructions of using the current allocation of $266,814 for fiscal 2023-2024, with the understanding that would change when HUD made its announcement of the actual funding. In May of 2024, HUD finally announced the actual funding, and it was to our advantage as we realized an increase of actual funding of $301,814. Planned improvements for the center include the addition of a second ADA restroom, plumbing, electrical, and HVAC improvements, ADA entrance ramps, walkway repairs, roof repairs, exterior painting, and exterior bench and concrete pad installation. The term of the agreement will be from October 1st, 2024 until December 31st, 2025. And there is a benchmark date of July 15th, by which time the city has to expend 50% of the CDBG funding.
What was that date again?
July 15th, 2025.
5, okay. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any public comments, ma'am? I forgot to ask.
I don't believe on this item, no, not on
I
this
didn't
item.
see any. Okay. thank you
Madam
very
Mayor?
much. Yes.
The
Oh, here's our guys.
Thank you.
Come on up.
They wanted to say something.
Please
I don't
come
know if
up.
they filled out a card or not.
Sorry about that. Here's our youth we're empowering.
We're empowering the
A
youth.
small-
Future leaders of the
A
city of Lake
small
Worth
selection
Beach.
of our youth.
And they brought blue shirts instead of blue cards. That'll work.
Yep, blue's blue, right?
What would you like to say?
Good afternoon. I just want to say thank you. It's great to see that in my lifetime. I'll see that this center is being rebuilt. It's been there for over 50 years, and I was a student there, and now my
love
students
it.
get to see the new improvements. We just want to say thank you very much.
And what do you teach the kids there?
So we teach them financial.
What's your name?
I'm Hazler Dasim. I'm the director.
Thank you.
I was a former student. So we teach them financial literacy. We teach them violence prevention. We try to do homework help. We give them everything they need to be great citizens in this community.
That's wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
And I see you do it for boys and girls, yeah.
Correct.
All right. You only
I
got the
have my girls
boys.
with me today. I would have had all 58.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
No, it's great. No, it's a wonderful program. I think we're all joining.
How many kids are in the program?
Currently, we have 58 students.
Awesome.
But if you've ever been there, just imagine having 58 students crammed up in
It's
the
a
rain
small room.
with one bathroom.
Yes, now you're gonna have two.
Now we're gonna have 2.
Yep.
The boys don't have to share with the girls anymore.
Correct.
Or go outside.
The girls don't have to share with the boys, you mean?
right? I think that's the best way to look at that one. Well, we're very happy to help you and thank you and keep up the good work. And guys, you're doing good by listening to these gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thanks for
guys.
coming tonight as
Thank
well.
you. We appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, up next, ordinance 2024-08, first reading, local land development regulations, Article 4, development standards. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2024-08, an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23, Land Development Regulations, Article 4, Development Standards, Section 23.4-10, off-street parking, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for discussion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay, if you could, Mr. Waters, I'm going to ask you to come on up.
We're going to share the microphone tonight, so I'll come on down.
Come on
Price is
down. Okay, what does this do?
Currently, our LDRs have a provision that in the downtown zoning district, you can do a payment in lieu of parking for new projects or projects that expand more than 25% of their area. We felt it would be better, since we did this, I don't know how many years ago, pulled out most of the fees and put them in the schedule of fees and charges. When we discussed the schedule of fees and charges last week or whatever week it was, this fee is included as being in there at the proposed $25,000. This ordinance pulls that $25,000 in lieu of payment out of the ordinance and places the fee amount in the schedule of fees and charges, so that can be evaluated every year.
So, right, currently, if you don't want to make a parking space, you have to pay $25,000?
No, currently, if you choose not to provide a parking space, it's $15,000. And the city cannot provide a space anywhere for $15,000. So the proposal was to raise that fee to $25,000. And again, keep in mind, anybody who pays that fee, it goes into a dedicated parking fund that has to be spent on parking only.
How long have we been collecting that fee?
We've been collecting that fee. It was in the ordinance before I got here. It was in the
Right.
old code. I'm going to venture a guess because the price was reduced in reflection of the recession. It's probably at least 20 years.
When I was attorney, we had it. And I'm just wondering, just out of curiosity, has a fund been maintained that says this is the parking fund and this is how much we have?
There is a parking fund. Some of the money was utilized to help provide the basis for the downtown parking study, which you are going to imminently get, hopefully the final rendition of that.
Right.
There was some money utilized to put a payment station in the parking lot behind CJ's, which we leased at one point. I understand we used to own it. How it was sold, I don't really know. And then there's not a lot left in it. And then a previous commission refunded Rotelli's all that they paid for their in lieu of payment when they expanded.
Because
we hadn't spent it, and they claimed they needed the money back to stay open. And of course, you now see Lilo's there and no Rotelli's, but it was a payment back. It was over $100,000. I believe the fund has generally had about $50,000 in it. No one has paid into it since we may have had one payment in it since I've been here, and that's almost 13 years. No, wait a minute, it's almost 14.
Yeah, and I know that there's some sentiment for less cars, but the truth is people drive cars and we need parking. I mean, I live downtown and it's nuts. Parking is crazy. You're trying to get a parking space. I'm 2 blocks south of Lake Avenue, and a lot of times there's just no place to park. So I'm a little concerned about parking. And I think that we have even in the ones that we've approved, I think the parking, we have not gotten up, the mid, I just used the mid as an example, and I sure hope that the Deco Green is not going to, add to compound that. Ms. May?
Thank you. All right, so I was kind of thinking along the same lines as the mayor, and I talked to William earlier today because I had a couple questions, so maybe he can clarify for the public, because I was thinking about the fact that our parking spaces are finite, and at least at this point, until we build more. So you said that, before I ask my question, you said that nobody's put into that fund. Does that mean nobody's paying for in lieu of spaces?
They're providing the spaces that they need per our ordinance, or they have not had a need for in lieu of spaces.
Okay, and then do we know if multiple projects are counting the same on-street parking spaces
No.
as their own?
No, the only time you can count on-street parking towards your on-site requirement is if it abuts your property line.
Okay,
So nowhere is it double dipped.
okay. So this isn't something that that it actually comes up quite a bit. It was what you're saying, that you haven't even seen this, but we're moving
We
it.
have offered it to some projects that needed it, but they were able to meet their parking requirement.
They were able to
either
meet the
through
requirement.
Cross-access agreement, through a shared parking arrangement or something like that. And again, this only applies to the downtown mixed-use
Core,
district
right.
area. It doesn't apply anywhere else in the city.
Okay, and for those listening, we are getting the parking study. We are going to discuss parking permits, paid parking stuff.
Yes, city manager.
Yeah, but it's a parking study, not necessarily the mobility study. We might need
We have
both.
two different things. The mobility study we're going to be discussing on, I believe, the 19th or 16th. That does have some influence on the parking plan, but the parking plan is going to be a whole separate discussion because there's a whole many balls of wax involved with that.
Right. So for the public, we are addressing it, and this is not us addressing it by making this change.
Just makes, hopefully, it easier for us to identify what is owed and what can be paid, and we can generate some revenue for that fund so we can help implement more parking spaces downtown and elsewhere in the city.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Mr. McFoy?
Thank you. William, could you clarify a statement that you just made and one that I think you made at a previous meeting regarding parking issues in and around the mid, which I think many people in the community are concerned that there are issues that they have expanded onto the streets around and it's caused problems. I believe you had a comment that was not necessarily a problem with how much parking was planned for that development, but more how the place is managed and what expectations that maybe are unrealistic that management there is giving the potential clients. Could you clarify that a little bit? Because I think parking is a big deal and there are some complicated wrinkles to it.
Well, we have had numerous complaints registered at my office since we issued the building permits and the entitlement. And oftentimes, it's unrealistic expectations by the tenants that they have access to 4, 5, 6 parking spaces with a 2-bedroom unit. And I'm like, that's a management issue in the sense that, okay, you need to be able to manage the fact that you have, with the 2-bedroom units, many of them can get 2 parking spaces, but there needs to be an open dialogue with the tenants that if you're going to live here, you only have 2 parking spaces. Now, what has exacerbated some of the issues at the mid is the construction of Deco Green, and many of the construction people who are working there and deliveries and all other stuff are taking up space on the street. It should get better once Deco Green is finished. But it is a management issue because anyone who thinks that they rent in any complex in Lake Worth Beach and a 2-bedroom unit would have access to 4 or 5 parking spaces is completely unrealistic.
Yeah, and we could not in any way plan and approve things and say, well, each unit, 2-bedroom place has to have 4 parking spaces available. The finances, nobody would build here because
Correct.
it's not possible. So it's not necessarily a parking issue, it's a management issue, and that's important to understand that
And some of the parking on
distinction.
the rights of way of the city is also a city parking management issue. That Commissioner May and I discussed at length, but will come up again with the mobility plan and the parking study that WGI is doing for us, through the city manager's office.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Are there any public comments, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I have one.
Okay. I don't think I have any here.
Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. We have a huge development parking issue that needs to be globally addressed by the city. Too many projects are going up in the city that do not have sufficient on-site parking. The city seems to think that everyone is going to walk or ride a bike when that is just not true. People have cars. A couple often has 2 or more cars. If you have a home with 3 or 4 roommates, you can end up with 4 or more cars. The developers are not building sufficient parking for their projects because the city does not require them to do so. This is negatively impacting neighborhoods and neighbors. Just look at the mid and try to drive the side streets near that project. It is an utter mess, and it appears neither the city nor the developer are good neighbors. Another area of concern is along South Ocean Breeze, where several fourplexes are being built or in the planning approval stage. These smaller projects are approved by staff without sufficient parking, and in fact, the projects are permitted to count part of the public street to satisfy parking requirements. All of this needs to change and change soon. Our public streets are already overloaded with parked cars, people's driveways are blocked, etc. It is not safe to drive on many of these overloaded streets. Line of sight is blocked, etc. That's the only comment.
Thank you very much. So if, for residential parking, there's no parking, off-street parking requirement?
Yeah. There is a requirement of off-street parking. And there is a provision in multifamily districts that some of the off-street parking requirement can be met, as was mentioned earlier in tonight's discussion, by the on-street parking that's adjacent to that project. And I'll just bring up what Commissioner May and I discussed. If we ever get to parking decals and tags in the city for parking on cities' rights-of-way, the vast majority of the parking on the street issue would go away.
You mean neighborhood parking allowances, yeah. We're going to talk about it when we get there.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yes, you are.
Get
And it's
back.
going to be more than 30 minutes.
All right, we'll have a workshop. Okay, great. So do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second?
Yeah, can you just repeat who made the motion in the second? I don't remember.
May and McVoy.
Love how I did it and I don't remember.
I did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Things start to meld into one another. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank
Aye.
you very much. Okay, next up,
Thank you.
agreement
See
for.
you in 2 weeks.
Thank. Agreement for the call center support services with Sarita
Wait,
Investment.
did we skip Ferguson?
See, what, like,
I don't know who Ferguson is, but I don't know if we want to skip them.
underground utility parts, an
Especially
agreement.
since that's the water utility department, they're patiently waiting.
There they are. Come on up. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay. Yep.
McVoy.
Do we need?
A little explanation, but there's-
Sure, a little talk about pipes.
Okay, Von Hayduck, Water Utilities Department. This is just our piggyback contract. We buy tons of piping and fitting supplies from Ferguson, so we would like to renew it and continue to do so.
And I think you're going to get the chance to do that.
And I assume it went through all the bid and quality and lowest cost, or whatever our criteria are,
Yeah.
it went through all that.
Went through purchasing.
Yeah.
Balancing it as an incredible.
We have our
job.
purchasing expert here.
I'm sure it did.
Valentina Sesteda, Assistant Finance Director Purchasing. This is a piggyback agreement. I think it's a Collier County that we piggyback off. So they went and followed all procurement processes. If we piggyback, our code requires that we only piggyback off of the agreements that are competitively sourced. So
The last
Yeah.
part, I didn't hear
That's what I
the last
figured.
part you said.
only from the agreements that are competitively sourced.
So Collier did the screening for us, essentially.
Yes,
Or
Collier
some
County.
other
Yeah.
place. Might have been Collier, might have been somebody else. Thank you. I think we have a motion.
We do.
Yes, we do.
Public
All in
comment?
favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very
No
much.
public comment? ma'am?
I have no public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on the pipes?
I do not.
Thank you.
Good pipes.
All right, next up, we love those ones.
Pipes
The
are
next
good.
one's me too. so
It is, I see
if you
that.
have questions.
Resolution, add consolidated underground utility parts to Weber Water Utility Department.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Diaz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Would you like to talk about this a little bit?
Okay.
Okay.
So we had bond money allocated for, if you'll remember last night, we were discussing a lift station rehabilitation project. So with the hopes that we'll use ARPA funding for that, we had a very pitiful in comparison to the amount of the cost estimate for the lift station's amount allocated in the bond for that project. And we would like to, there's no way that that allocation in the bond is going to pay for that lift stations project regardless of ARPA. So we would like to reallocate some of it to buy mixers and analyzers for the treatment plant, as well as, I believe there's a $17,000 amount, which is it's a change order on a contract for the
Hurricane.
whole of the work that's going on at the treatment plant with hurricane hardening and structural
And
rehabilitation.
we need this,
We need this.
and we have the money to do it.
Yeah.
Do I have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
So do you have to endure like more weeks of hammering and drilling in the building? Is that what hurricane
This week
hardening
they've been
is?
doing the shop vac, which is better than the jackhammer, but I think that the drilling in the walls is done.
Oh.
But that extra $17,000 is just for, there's a concrete pad under some tanks that we have that could just definitely use some concrete work, and while they're here, it's a lot cheaper than having them mobilize again some other time, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, agreement for the call center support services with Sarita Investment Corp.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any public comment, ma'am?
Send those old,
Not on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
And perhaps,
This
Would you like to
replaces
say something?
Enco?
perhaps before Ms. Haydock leaves?
Would you like to?
I thought it was electric.
I know.
Oh.
Well, the call center does deals, if
Nanette
I,
is here for that.
Right, we're
What's
here. Nanette is our customer service.
my understanding
maven.
is that the call center deals both, mostly, vast majority probably with electric, but it also deals with water issues. Is that correct?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
could you speak into the mic?
Sorry.
She almost got out the door.
There you go.
I can do my best. So I believe that this contract is only for electric.
Okay, so how do we deal with?
The call center that we currently have does deal with water, and we are formulating a plan moving forward to not have the call center do water.
But how would water issues be notified? How would the city find out?
Not a fully thought out plan, because we are banking on the fact that we still have some time, but we would like to have it come directly through the plant, which is staffed 24 hours a day.
Okay, thank you. Hi. Just introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Nanette McTagg, Customer
Sorry to hold you
Service
up.
Manager.
Wait, let's do that again while they were talked over. Nanette?
I'm Nanette McTagg, Customer Service Manager. We handle electric as well as sysops. So this agreement, a RFP was sent out, and 5 vendors did apply for it. The reason an RFP was sent out because the existing call center raised their rates massively. It went from a budget of $400,000 to over $1 million.
We remember.
Ouch, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we did select one, it's called AnswerNet. It was approved back in May, so now this is just the signing the agreement. And the agreement will bring the price down considerably. Enco wanted to charge a minute charge of $2.08, which was, it's very difficult when you go out and ask for a minute charge, because what can happen is the calls can be extended. So my preference, and I told all the vendors, no, I don't want a minute charge, I want a call. Cost per call. And the cost per call came in at $6.57 for customer service, and the $4.77 is for sysops. So what this will do is bring that $1 million fee down to $450,000 annually.
So if a call comes in, it's going to cost $6 to have
For
that.
customer service.
For customer service.
For sysops, and they handle the calls 7 days a week from 8 AM to 6 PM. For sysops, it's 24/7, and they handle that call for $4.77.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McFoy?
Thank you. I do have some concerns on it. Obviously, I understand the wish to bring the cost down from, and what were they called, Enco?
Enco is the existing call
Right,
center.
right. They had been doing it for how many years? Several?
Probably
3, maybe?
about 5.
Okay, so but they've been doing it for a while. There are 2 possible hypotheses. They just woke up one morning and said, you know what? we can soak those guys for twice. We're not going to do them for 500 a year, we're going to do them for $1 million and see if they bite. Another hypothesis is they've been doing it 5 years, and they figured out that charging per call a flat rate doesn't work very well with Lake Worth because our calls can be kind of complicated, and they were losing money on it. That's another hypothesis. I don't have the ability to know which of those is correct. I suspect it's some combination of the two. My concern is that these folks are going to come in at $450, about the same price as we were paying ENCO, but ENCO got unhappy with that price after a while, and I suspect, like I say, there's probably a reason. My concern is, are they going to come back in a year or two and say, you know what, we way underbid this thing is breaking us, because it's going to be a lot more cost to us than what we bargained for, and then where we are. I have an overall concern that's broader than that, that I've never liked the idea of outsourcing these calls and not doing them locally. I understand there are a lot of complications with doing locally. There's a lot of complications. We are not an easy set of people to deal with our electric utility. I get that. But, and you know, there are language issues, there are a lot of turnover, there's renters, there's a bunch of things that make us complicated, more so than, say, FP&L or whatnot, as far as customer service. But there's also something to be said for building loyalty to our brand. Whatever relationships any of our customers built up with ENCO are about to go out the window. Now, my guess is they didn't build up our residents didn't build up much relationship with ENCO, because I suspect ENCO employees, like any call center, turn over a lot. So the chances that you get the same person if you call multiple times are probably vanishingly small. But you might build up some sort of relation with the company, who knows what. I talk to residents periodically, especially longer-term residents, who used to say, you know what, I'd always call SysOps because I know they're there, and they'll answer the phone. And I love it that they know what I'm talking about, they know where I live, and they usually have a quick fix to the problem. That's the kind of interaction that I would value us to do more of. I don't know whether it's possible, but I do have concerns. My prediction is that we're going to come back in a couple years or a year, and they're going to say, you know what, that 450, that doesn't work for us anymore. And we'll be in the same sort of shoes. Maybe they won't come in at $1 million, but maybe they'll come in at 750 or whatever. I predict it'll go up a lot. And I think we had some discussions, I forget what meeting it was at, but there was a discussion, I think Mr. Liberty added some input on it, that he said, you know, part of our difficulty is, and I don't know if I think William's not here anymore, but part of our difficulty is that we tie new accounts to leases or business things, and we're sort of trying to achieve an objective that's really out of community sustainability. We're putting that burden on the electric utility, and I suspect it generates quite a bit of extra work and expense. I think we as a commission should look at this whole thing with the objective, is it possible to do what the water utility is thinking of doing? Do it locally, figure out what the bottlenecks are, do maybe a process audit, somebody who doesn't know anything about any of our stuff, but just looks at it and says, what are you trying to do? How well is that working? Where can you optimize that? And I'm sure you've done some of that, whether formally or informally. I'm sure you've done some. But there's some value to somebody coming in outside, and us giving some objective as a commission. One of our objectives is to build our reputation of our electric utility. It has tended to have a very poor reputation in the community. I think it's gotten a little bit better. A few more people are willing to not just laugh when I tell them that we're the lowest rate and, you know, we're 6th in the state or not. But most people laugh, and they don't believe it. Most people, you know, our reputation is not that great, and customer service is one place that we might be able to bump that up. So I would be inclined to suggest, you know, fine, go ahead and approve the contract for this year. You need to do something, and you probably know there are alternatives. But I would encourage my colleagues to think about, let's look at what our objectives are in a broad sort of way, and can we get closer to it in some different fashion? That would be my recommendation to my colleagues.
We can talk about that over the.
If I can ease your mind just a little bit, I've got over 35 years in the call center business with mega centers, like thousand call seat centers. Industry standard for a price per call runs anywhere from $4 up to maybe $7 at the max. This company will do customer service for $6.77.
So they're in the range.
They're definitely in the range
Yeah.
of doing it. If you bring it in-house, to bring that in-house, Enco handled, they had 28 customer service reps. Because don't forget, they handled it 24/7 for SysOps, and they handled 8 AM to 6 PM, 7 days a week for customer service. I don't have the staff to do it. I would have to hire at least 10 to 12 people more. I would also have to go out and find another building.
Right.
Because we just don't have the housing for that. The advantage, I think, with this company that I'm looking forward to doing business with them is setting up training. These are our expectations. This is our policy, this is our guidelines, how we want to handle the call. Plus the fact I put in there, I wanted a quality call person that will monitor the calls, see how they're being handled, give feedback. We didn't have that before, because Enco was good. They handled the customers, I will say. When I first got here, which was almost 3 years ago, I would say on average, I handled probably about 20 complaints a month, which is low. Within the last 2 years, if I get 1 complaint a month, that's a lot. So I know customers that do get aggravated, they're gonna pick up the phone and they're gonna call somebody. We haven't heard the complaint. So that tells me that the job is being done. But I want to excel in that customer service and make us a world-class call center. So, I mean, it can go either way, but when you, just keep in mind, when you do hire or bring it back in-house, you've got to hire more people, you've got to pay them too.
Yeah, no, of course, you have to pay them.
It's real difficult right now for my folks. They are paid $16.50. I have definitely a challenge getting people.
To keep people.
Yep.
Yep.
So just, I ask that you keep that in mind. But,
Yeah,
you know,
no,
we'll
it's
do whatever
helpful.
y'all want to do. But I am looking forward to cutting the price in half and having them do a good job.
Good work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not an easy job on any level. We have a motion. Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, mostly out of curiosity, but first, from 20 complaints to 1, like, can you help the commission bring down our complaints as well? But
After this weekend?
I'll
Good Lord.
second.
Yeah, but you have a great amount of experience in this, and I was just curious, does the new one, because, you know, we hear a lot about, and I think we've discussed this previously in a meeting where we hear a lot about like use of technology and AI to kind of like weed out, I don't want to call them like less important, but the calls that are easier to handle so that they don't translate to a call. Does the new one, are they like an improvement on that?
Well, first of all, we've got to do the upfront due diligence. And we are formulating now on the IVR tree, which when you do call the 7300, then you'll get whatever department you want and whatever your issue is. So I want to cut down on some of those calls that aren't really necessary or could be answered by, this is how a problem can be addressed, instead of going to that center and being charged for a call.
Yeah, and that's all on our side. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that
So
clarification.
is it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? I mean, if somebody calls and their electric goes
For
off.
SysOps.
I'm sorry?
For SysOps. On an outage call, it's 24/7. For customer service calls, like I'm calling about my bill.
Right.
I've got a question regarding new service. That's 7 days a week from 8 AM to 6 PM.
Or I
And-
came home and I thought I paid my bill, but apparently I didn't. Now I have no electricity. They can still call on a Saturday about that?
They could call on it,
But
but they
not
may
much.
not get it addressed.
Right. I know that has happened a few times.
And it's a 3-year contract, locked in.
Yeah. For that rate?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We voting?
No, I don't think we should. I think we should just like, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, no public comment on that one. Okey doke. Moving right along, we are now at approval of goods and services, am I right? Approval of goods and services with MVA Power to purchase 500 MCM insulated conductors for the Intracoastal Waterway Crossing Project.
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Has any public comment, Madam Clerk?
No, I don't have any comment until item I.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who made the second.
Maliga.
Thank you.
Next up, agreement with G&W Electric Company to purchase a three-phase solid dielectric multi-way switch and automatic transfer package for the Intracoastal Waterway Crossing Project. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
H, work order 2 with m and M Asphalt, DBA All County Paving. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now, I, the contract, agreement with Marquez Landscaper for citywide lawn and landscape maintenance services. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, I think you have a public comment?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry, who was the second?
Vice Mayor Maliga.
Thank you. So the comments from Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze. I am pleased to see the attachment, Exhibit A, scope of work, citywide lawn and landscape maintenance services attached to the bid agreement. This scope of work contains illustrations showing the correct method to maintain the city landscape. Currently, the method of shaping plant material into unnatural shapes, such as squares, rectangles, or balls, is unhealthy for the plant material and needs to be discontinued. The scope of work attachment to the bid agreement shows the correct pruning methods and should be enforced by the city. Also, many of the trees and palm trunks in the city parks have been damaged due to the use of nylon cord trimmers or weed eaters around the trunks and hedges. As the new attached Exhibit A scope of work states, this work of maintenance should not be permitted. Thank you for enforcing these new practices for the beauty and health of the city landscape.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Item J, purchase order with Global for the procurement of a bucket truck.
Absolutely not.
Motion to approve.
What, did I miss something?
No, she's just being
I'm just
silly.
messing with him.
Okay. Do a motion to approve, do I have
The
a second?
city manager has a vested interest. I think he should
does.
recuse himself from this one.
He doesn't get to vote anyway.
Second.
Second by Malega.
Did you want to tell us about it real quick?
It's a nice bucket truck.
I am excited about this because
Don't wreck it.
good.
Let's hear it. Don't wreck it.
the procurement of these trucks is extremely difficult at the moment. I know Electric had put in for, I was doing one or two last year. It's basically a 2-year waiting period. Yeah, so they're looking at 26 and getting theirs. One became available, even though this was budgeted, there was nothing available, so we're gonna have to get in the same cycle. We were notified that it was available, and we immediately jumped on this.
And said,
And
"Want
I wedged this on the agenda as fast as possible, and we do have that being held. So it is a miracle. And this is definitely necessary. I put it in the agenda item, but we do have a need for a smaller bucket truck. I mean, we can't utilize, at least facilities can't utilize the electric ones most of the time because they're so large. We're doing banners downtown, we're doing stuff in the neighborhoods. It's just too large of a vehicle to do that. So this is definitely necessary.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And have fun with your
Thank
bucket
you.
truck.
I think we should all get to drive these fun toys. I mean, the street sweepers, the bucket trucks, like, we should have like a day where it's all hands-on.
You'd rather drive it and not go in a bucket?
I would rather drive it. I want you to be in the bucket.
I'm going in the bucket. Forget the driving.
Okay, now we have, I think we're back to non-agenda, public comment on non-agenda items.
We have commission liaison reports and comments.
First, oh, okay. Okay, all right, so let's start with one.
Why don't we let them go first?
Let's go fast.
Myself, the mayor, and Mimi all attended the FMEA conference at the Breakers. We did not stay at the Breakers. We drove back and forth every day, let that be noted. I actually signed up for it a couple months ago when I got an email because I wanted to learn more. And it wasn't to learn more about the technical aspect of the electric utility, it was more about the policy. And in the first day, I felt more like I was at a defense summit for the United States of America. They covered everything from shipping issues, shipping containers, the Panama Canal being low on water, why the cost of everything has gone up. It was very insightful and informative. That was followed up by the next day going to Boca, hosted a P3 conference to get certified in public-private partnerships. And that was put on by the mayor of Boca Raton, Mr. Singer, and that was quite informative. And I was excited to go to that because we have the pool conversation coming up. So that'll be a triple P conversation. I did give the information to the mayor and also to Tiana to share with other electeds. If you want to sign up, it's like a 5-hour crash course on P3s and the benefits and the right way to do it. So that was informative, and just happy to be here, and let's get through this storm season without any activity.
Thank you. District 2?
I'm going to comment a little bit differently. One summary, we did try to organize a community meeting, I guess a week ago Saturday. We were blessed with the attendance of Vice Mayor Malega, the Mayor Resch, and Commissioner May. Even though it was focused on District 2, we did get some input from folks. I will be summarizing that and share it with the commission some point soon. I would like to comment a little bit on the agenda item that was deleted from the agenda. So I ask that I be able to do that. Madam Mayor, when you or any of your colleagues put items on the agenda, I have not asked to remove them. And the reason that I don't is that I know that if you put something on the agenda, you probably had a request for it from residents, so you are representing those residents. That's why I put an item on the agenda, because I feel a responsibility to represent residents that asked for it. Madam Mayor, when you brought forward a resolution for Ukraine, I did not ask to remove it from the agenda. I also did not falsely assert that it was not city business. Madam Mayor, it is my understanding that residents asked to meet with you about this issue, but that you refused. That is disappointing.
And untrue, but that's okay.
That's my understanding. Open democracy is very important to me. It's personal. My relatives lived through an occupied country, and I learned a good deal about that and what happens to democracy. And I've followed up with reading both about that country and others. I personally know individuals from 5 different countries that lost their democracies for a period of time or continue to. To me, selective suppression of open democratic discussion dishonors the best of our American political system. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3?
Thank you. Okay, so I looked back since our last meeting was on July 16th. So I went to the Brandon Bryant. It came from, I don't remember his charity, but he was a Buffalo Bill and he wrote a book and he came and he presented his book to the kids and they got to practice and it was really a great event, and it really showed the idea of perseverance and the idea of reading and sports going together. So it was a great event at the gym. Then we had another event at the gym, I've been to the gym a lot lately. The other one was the Back to School Bash. And I would like to put on the record that the line for back to school items went all the way down Winfield and then all the way down 12th. So it does show two things. One, that the need is so great. So if there's any way anybody can help some families out this year, the need is great. But I am concerned that maybe some of the folks from our schools didn't get served with their school supplies. And since it was a citywide initiative, I'm hoping maybe next year we can have the kids use their school IDs and support the ones that go to our schools first. Because I know that they were also there, the mobility study was there and what's her name? Nyla Nisa?
Yeah.
Yeah, she said, Nilsa, that's it, right?
Nilsa.
And Nilsa was saying that, because she got addresses from people and that they were from all over the county, which is great because there's a need, but it was a citywide event. So I think you get the point. Anyway, I did meet with the mobility study folks for the mobility plan and talk to them a little bit about that plan. It's like 93 pages. Of course, after I read the whole thing, they're like, yeah, we're going to summarize it for you guys in a. I was like, well, thanks. But it was interesting, very interesting. I went to the FMEA at the Breakers, and it really is fascinating how the whole geopolitical situation affects every single part of the even just down to how long it takes things to get here and where we have to buy our supplies from. I judged For the Children talent show, and that was fun. That was really cute. That was really fun. I went to the NAPC meeting, and we're working with staff. Oh God, I'm tired. Working with Tiana Leisure Services to see if we can combine our efforts on some projects. School starts next Monday, so just know that. I know traffic sucks now, but with the school buses, it's going to be a little bit longer, so have patience and remember their kids, just trying to get to school. Let's see. The only thing that I really wanted to bring up, and I know that possibly Vice Mayor Maliga is going to kill me for this, but since we made some of the changes on how to get things on the agenda, and there used to be two pre-agenda meetings, and now there's only one. But there's 2 meetings a month. I'm proposing that we add a second pre-agenda meeting, the Friday before the next meeting. So I don't know how, I was told bring it up during your comments, so I'm bringing up during my comments. I don't know if we need, how to do this. Do we get consensus? I don't know how to make that happen.
Especially since the rules that we just did about presentations and stuff, I agree with that. I would like to, we used to have 2, and I think it would be a good use of our time to do that. Anybody else on that particular item?
My only request is, in the last couple days, meetings have just appeared on my calendar without a conversation or a phone call. And being as somebody who doesn't get paid to be a full-time employee here, my calendars as a business owner is constantly changing. So if we have a set date and time, it can't change because one person can't make it and all of a sudden it goes from 9 o'clock to 10:30 and then I'm just supposed to keep rolling with all the changes.
Right.
Because that happened the last time we had pre-agenda meetings, it was set. And all of a sudden, well, no, this person can't make it, so now we're gonna do it at 10, then we're gonna do it at 8:30. It needs to be a set schedule for me to be able to function.
Well, we all have schedules. I mean, I'm in the same boat. I have a.
I can promise
giving
you
my
that
insight.
I probably have the least flexible schedule, and I can do 8:45 to 9:45 the Fridays before the meetings. Every one of them.
I'm not doing 4 Friday meetings. I mean, you're crazy. I love you, but
No,
absolutely
the
not.
Fridays before.
No.
The word before, not for.
I thought you said 4. I'm like, there's
No.
no way
No,
that's
the
gonna happen.
Fridays before the Tuesday meetings. Like we have,
Is that the right time to do it?
or maybe it's the other way around. Whenever it is, it's twice a month.
Friday after the meeting.
After the meeting.
Oh, Friday after the meeting.
So it's
Okay.
Tuesday
So
then
it would be
Friday.
the first, it would be the first and third
Sorry.
Friday.
Yes.
The first and third Friday of the month.
And then we can put, to talk about things that can get on the agenda. That would make sense.
The next one or the one after, based on the time. Gentlemen?
I mean, I have a 1-year-old, so these could be at 6 a.m. for all I care. I'm up. But I'm up at all. But yeah, I agree. I think the pre-agenda, it's a good opportunity, especially given, some of the changes. So I think it would help. It would be helpful.
Yep. Mr. McVoy? 8:45, twice a month?
Let me see if I can adopt a 1-year-old and that'll, or less than 1-year-old, and that'll solve
Listen,
it. Yeah, no, the time's fine.
Thank you.
I shouldn't have any conflict. One question I had is, we have a requirement of, I believe it's about 18 days that you have to put stuff in the hopper to get it on an agenda. So can we have some clarity on what agenda something would go on for a given meeting?
Well, sometimes we just talk about things in general, and then if we would follow the agenda timeline, that if we're meeting on for example, I think if we meet on the first Friday of the month, the agenda would be the first meeting of the next month. It's because it would be too late for the next meeting.
So in other words, something that we discussed at a pre-agenda meeting might, if we all consensused it, show up a month later.
Right. Well, because we have the time frame for the agenda items.
Unless
you were to organize.
Because you guys have the ability to modify the resolution when you would like. Obviously before, and this was obviously a previous commission, there had been issues with putting things on really last minute.
Really
And
last
there
minute. It
just
was
wasn't
bad.
time, especially when there were items with a very robust backup and everything. There wasn't enough time for not only all of the electeds to kind of go through all the material, but also the community as well. So then it was put in place that the 18-day thing. So now you had to have an item on and you had plenty of time to kind of go through everything. That may be too long. Before, it was probably too short. So maybe you guys want to look at something more in the middle that gives you a little
Something
bit
to
more
talk
leeway.
about on Friday.
But yes, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because, we've run into a situation in the past. So the sweet spot might be somewhere in the middle of that. Maybe 18 is just too long. But again, that's up to you guys how you want to move forward with that.
I think in our individual discussions, we had talked about that maybe there's a different time frame for items brought forth by the commission versus items brought forth by staff because of the different natures of them or backups or whatever. And that could be discussed on Friday too.
And I think the subject matter has a lot to do with that. Like you said, some are more robust than others. And on 8:45, are we going to have it this Friday at 8:45? Oh, I hope I'm in a place where there's Wi-Fi.
Madam Mayor?
I will not be at that
It will
meeting.
be 9 a.m. It's been advertised at 9.
9.
I will not be in
So
attendance.
it will be at 9 on Friday.
I'll do my best. I'll be traveling as well, but I'll.
We can do 9 if you want to do
No,
9.
I like 9.
That 9's fine.
Okay, we're going to do 9.
I might jump off 5 minutes early, but that's okay.
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 Well, Mr. Diaz, is that it?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
it. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz?
your bills this season. Wow.
Ooh, ouch.
Wow.
Listen, I am not a morning person, so for me to agree to anything at 9 o'clock is, Mr.
That
Diaz.
used to be me as well. Yeah.
That's
You
one
know
of the
how I
reasons
was,
I opted
yeah.
not to have children.
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity. I mean, I'm gonna have to express my disappointment, if you will, with some of the changes that happened tonight because just as an overall, I just want to be clear. I'm not assuming or saying that anybody up here is intentionally doing what at least I said. My big fear is it ripe for abuse in the future because I see a trend that's happening arguably nationwide, especially in Florida in regards to public participation and information. And it's concerning to me. It's something that I take to heart. And Something that is somewhat related, and I'm kind of happy to update on this, is Mr. Brown and we attended a meeting that was organized by Mr. Bornstein. And this group doesn't really have like a name yet, but we'll call it the Central County Cities Organization. And the intention is, or the theme, I'm just trying to put it like in a nice way. Some municipalities are slightly upset at the county's proposal on their transportation bond. And so there's an effort to organize at least the municipalities in the middle part of the county, including us, to kind of just get together so that we can have a little bit more of an impactful voice, especially for some of our neighbors that are probably going to be impacted much worse than we are. And so the group has met once. It's normally mayors there was a discussion, is it going to just be mayors and the city manager? It'll for sure be an elected and a city manager, but I just want to lay that out there. And there's discussion. I think Mr. Bornstein and others appreciated my presence in that and my experience in transportation and government funding. And so, I'm on the TPA board. So if that's something that we would all, if you would like us to continue to participate on, I would love to be a part of that. And one of the kind of the next steps that was proposed is expect maybe a resolution to come up pretty soon for us to consider to send to the county. And also, strategizing on how do we present this issue and educate groups like the League of Cities on this issue and just kind of make movement on something that's going to impact us in the very near future, which is just transportation bond.
You do know that Chelsea Reed has a lot to do with the
Yeah.
League of Cities, so we're very familiar with what she did up in
Florida League of
Tallahassee.
Right. So this is separate, but another a group to comment to the county, to put it gently. You have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so for those who aren't aware, this is, the county has impact fees. They've always had impact fees. Now they're looking at possibly moving to like a mobility fee. We are in, we do have, I was going to bring it up in my comments, but on Monday, August 19th, we do have our mobility workshop with WGI. We're coming to the end of year 1 of 2 as far as our mobility plan. I sent you guys kind of the meeting that the mayor and I had attended at the county commission meeting last month. I sent you guys the link to view that, like the end of that meeting and that conversation where that was leading. This meeting that Commissioner Diaz is speaking about, it was us, Lantana, Atlantis, Palm Springs, basically all of the central county cities who have a few issues with the way that things are kind of going as far as the impact fees, because for us, just so everyone's aware, when development comes to the city, you pay a county impact fee depending on, the size and cost of the development, whatever it is. The issue that a lot of our cities have, especially us who are on the coast, that don't have a lot of empty spaces for development, like you would have further out west, like in Wellington and places like that. A lot of those impact fees we're paying into don't find their way back into our city. So you're probably familiar, I also copied on that same email, the lawsuit, what's going on with that, with Palm Beach Gardens against the county, with kind of saying, hey, they're instituting their own mobility fee. So instead of paying a county impact fee, you would now have a city mobility fee. So the money that's being paid for that mobility fee would now stay with you and then would be used within your city because you collected those fees. Obviously, the county that's not something they're in favor of. They are in favor of a mobility fee as long as you're still going to pay the impact fee on top of that. And Palm Beach Gardens was kind of like, no, this is in place of your impact fee. And that's the legal battle currently happening with that. So there's a lot kind of riding on this. So that's why, we were in attendance at that meeting just to kind of show the Board of County Commissioners that we're actively engaged now. We are listening. And there are multiple municipalities within the county that are kind of paying attention to what's going on. And we want to make sure that we have a say in what's going to happen going forward, which was the point of this meeting. So,
Well, the traffic impacts our residents, our cities, and our streets, so it would just make sense that we would get some of that funding back to fix those infrastructure issues.
correct. So just making sure that we have a voice and we have a seat at the table to make sure we're being heard and that we're not going to kind of just let them, kind of put something in place without us really giving our
And
Is this similar, excuse me, is this similar to, I thought you and I had spoken about going to another meeting.
Yes, this was the day that you guys were in at the FMEA, the last week on Wednesday.
Because obviously with, I'm on the board of the, I'm tired, the Palm Beach County League of Cities. We're
Yes.
involved in that as well. So, I mean, is that
Yep.
something, we don't have to be exclusive about who goes to those meetings?
No, so this was initially, it was mayors and managers
Right,
lunch,
that's what I
but
thought,
yeah,
right.
but I wanted to, you guys were at the breaker, the event up there. And I asked Commissioner Diaz if he was available, because obviously he serves on the TPA board as well. So,
Great.
yep.
Could you give us roughly status? I know that Palm Beach Gardens lawsuit, I've heard about it for a number of years. Do we know sort of, is it halfway through? Is it three-quarters through? Is it one quarter through? That would be question one.
Yeah, did have a bill passed and signed. I'm not up to speed on what the current status is on that. I will find out some more, though.
And if it is ongoing, is it something that we as a city would want to sign on to as friend of the court or anything of that sort?
Yeah, so there are a lot of other
way too
municipalities
late?
that either have already have their mobility plans complete, or like us, they're in the process of doing their mobility plans. And a lot of people are kind of looking at that situation up there to see what this outcome is going to be,
Yeah,
to kind of make a determination on what the next steps may be, so.
okay, thank you.
And the only last thing I have really quickly is a fun one. I also attended the Lake Worth Middle School sponsor appreciation breakfast, and that was great. We got a certificate. I got a certificate. Mayor got a certificate, and then the commission got a certificate for all the volunteering and donations and stuff that has happened to the school. And also, like, shout out to the presence of who was there. A lot of, to nobody's surprise, a lot of Lake Worth Beach regulars were there. So, Joe was there and with their nonprofit and all the work that he's done, he was recognized. Also, Jay Silpy, who's on our education task force, was recognized for, significant donations he's done. Lindy White was there representing a couple of neighborhood associations and another organization. So the city, really shows up for its school, and that middle school has a gem with Principal Taylor. She's an absolute hero on what she's doing in the short time that she's taken over. But it takes a community to help out. And unsurprisingly, I show up and get appreciated, and they're like, oh, and by the way, these are the other things we need help on. So we'll have that conversation probably later. Yeah.
Actually, if you have something from them as a wish list, I'm about to spend the rest of my discretionary funds, let me know, and
Okay. Yeah. A good one is, I don't have the flyer, but we can tell you, I'll have it shared. There's a they're instituting like a sponsorship thing where we could have a flyer like on the fence outside. A lot of schools do it, Lake Worth High. So they're doing something very similar for that. And that might be an easy one for us to do.
Okay.
I think it's like 5,000 or something for the top that we could all chip into.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it? Okay, I'm going to be very brief. I was also at the FMEA, and really you do learn. It's funny because we do our thing, we read our agendas, we go to meetings, we have conversations. But when you go to something like that, you sort of understand the global relationship that we have with, it's not just us. They were talking a lot about the interlocal cooperation when, you send everybody up to Tallahassee because 100,000 people are out of power. And that was really eye-opening. And the fact that there's a shortage of transformers, thank you. Not the car, yeah. Transformers, and they're coming out of Korea, and why don't we make them here? Things like that. So it's very good. I look forward to a couple days away. I'll be back for the next meeting, but I'm gonna, again, I'll try to make the 9 o'clock meeting on Friday from the woods of Vermont. I'll do my best.
Take pictures.
I'm gonna take a lot of pictures. Thank you very much. Now we have city manager report.
I'll be brief as well. Just mentioned the August 19th mobility workshop we're going to be having here, starting at 6 o'clock.
I won't be here, you know.
I know. I'm aware.
I think you should.
Starting next week, which you also won't be here, the first, just to mention to all of you, the first portion of our one-on-ones, I am going to have a Zoom with WGI to kind of go over the mobility plan, kind of leading into the workshop, so you guys are prepared and just kind of have some more information, because I've asked some questions going into that. I did want to mention that the lobbyist RFP was released on Sunday. Those bids, that does close on the 27th of this month. And then we're going to be putting the dates together for you guys to be making that selection, depending on how many submissions we get, how we're going to wedge that down. We have a lot of things that have been put on calendars. Commissioner Malega alluded to it earlier, or Vice Mayor Malega. The 23rd of September, we now have the housing study, the updated housing study back. I sent that to all of you today. So we've got a little time before that meeting, but on that meeting, we will also have the discussion on the short-term rentals. We'll obviously be speaking with legal leading up to that meeting, because that's one that's been hanging out there for a while too, but we did need to get the updated housing study before we had that, which is what we wanted to have back in June. Another one, we have gotten all the responses back for the beach, and that's another meeting I'm going to the clerk setting up, because we do have 5 responses. We're going to have to have everyone get all the information to everyone, have that meeting. You guys will shortlist those 5 down to 3, and then those 3 will be coming in and doing presentations, the whole fun evaluation matrix and all that other stuff. So we have a lot of stuff.
For this little part-time job?
For this little part-time job. So there's a lot of stuff upcoming, but it's exciting stuff. We're just on the cusp of a lot of big things here. So be a lot of work, but the fun continues.
The
That's all I
fun
have.
continues. Ms. May?
I just have 2 questions. One, can you give me a timeline of when we might do the Community Sustainability 101?
The community statement, the one-on-one.
Like when, 101, not one-on-one.
So we actually have that meeting set for
September 16th.
September 16th.
Thank you. And
That's a workshop, Melissa, or a work session? I think it was work session, correct?
Workshop, we call them.
They're now workshops, but yes, it's a workshop.
That's okay. And then the other question is, WMODA. Can you just update just quickly where the city is on our part?
Yeah, and just real quick, so everyone's aware, the 16th meeting, that is kind of like, I guess you call it the Community Sustainability 101, but we'll have William and his entire department here, including each of the supervisors for each of the divisions, code, everything else, to kind of go through. There are a lot of questions on how things work, how things are set up, why this happens this way, that way. Just an overall overview of that department and a chance to actually ask questions and see how things will, the inner workings of that, because there have been so many questions on that, so.
Are they going to give us like a anything before, or are they just going to present? I don't want it to be a gotcha.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if they gave us something to read, then we could ask questions about that document or something.
They'll have a whole presentation and then put together.
Okay,
You guys will receive
okay.
before
And
that.
that's the 16th
That is the 16th, correct?
of September.
Of September. And then as far as WMODA, we meet every week. We have another meeting tomorrow. We're currently going through term sheets and basically trying to get everything laid out as far as city responsibilities, their responsibilities, just kind of all the back and forth stuff right now. They're moving forward with design work, and they're moving toward their September date with the CRA, where they would have to basically present the final version of what they would need to do in order to make this work. Obviously, the city is looking at the parking garage option and a lot of other things. We do have WGI working on the updated parking study from the one back in 2018. We did add some additional scope to that based on this possible project downtown. So we can have a look at what it's going to take to make it work. And ultimately, either it's going to or it's not. So we just want to make sure we're doing our due diligence as well, making sure that we're not going to put ourselves in a position where it's not a viable option for us from a financial standpoint. So we're making sure we're covering our bases because we want to make sure that we as a city are covered too, if we're going to invest in something like this. And also, you know, that previous study in 2018 had a lot of things that really aren't applicable anymore. You know, there were meters all over the place. That's just not something you need to do anymore. We don't need all that infrastructure downtown. And everywhere you go now, it's just, you know, you have one of the 9 apps on your phone, you know, Park Mobile, Pay By, whatever happens to be, but you're just looking for that particular code for the area you're in. You don't need meters everywhere. So updating stuff like that was in that original study that just aren't really applicable anymore. So they are currently working on that, and hopefully we'll have that very, very soon, within the next 2 weeks or so. So it's rolling along. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Mavoy?
Thank you. You mentioned something about with the WMOTA, you know, whether this would work for us financially or not. Is there anything in our budget this year related to that? Or is all of this, the potential of work or not work financially, is that all coming out of the CRA?
So it's a combination of us and CRA. There's nothing that is currently allocated in the budget. There's no funding source showing for that. It was listed as, I believe, was a garage, or there was, it was like 8.5 is what we were showing, which was a conservative estimate. And I believe
that's 8.5 to come from the city?
That was like the total. So half of that would basically be coming from the CRA. And then we'd be looking at the other half from different
But we haven't
revenue sources.
budgeted that at all. We just said.
Correct. That
So
is a
how would
placeholder
that
currently in the.
How would that work? I assume they want to move on a fairly quick schedule. If we haven't set aside budget money for it, how would we agree to do it at some later point?
Well, that's what we're going to work on right now. So we just put the placeholder in the budget as of right now, but we're kind of in the middle of trying to get all this stuff worked out at the moment. So once we have all that together, we'll obviously come to you guys and have that conversation. But, you know, we're just now working through like term sheet type things and trying to come to a point where we can actually have those conversations. We have a meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, just internally with us and in CRA, and kind of going back and forth. So it's an ongoing thing right now, trying to get all this worked out. But you know, we're pushing through this, and we will ultimately they'll make all the presentations to the in September to the CRA, and then traditionally to us. And once we have everything kind of together, we'll bring it forward, and we'll see where everyone is as far as what the terms are, and if that's something that the city is amenable to. If this is something we can do, or pass.
I hope we find a way to do it.
Yep.
Okay, Madam Attorney, any updates?
I have nothing for you this evening.
Okay, I still don't know what we're going to do on October 1st with the homeless people, but we'll figure that one out, I guess. Okay, great, thank you very much. So now we have arrived at non-agenda items. Do we have any blue cards? I have 2 here. Okay. Laura Devlin? Oh, okay. She wants me to read this. My name is Laura Devlin. I live at 727 North J Street, Lake Worth. I want to speak about allocating ARPA funds for the targeted interventions for the unhoused persons in Lake Worth Beach. I'm speaking as a citizen of the city, not representing any organization or city board. I'm aware that some members of the dais have expressed feeling pressured or castigated by those of us who have exercised our constitutional rights to speak on this and other issues. We know that social change occurs when leaders in positions of power listen to the concerns of their constituents without becoming defensive and enact policies to effect that change. Activists in our city do not speak out with an intent to disrespect our leaders, who should welcome and celebrate that ordinary citizens care enough about our city to work for improvements without receiving compensation or acclamation. I'm asking for the commission to call for a citywide forum to address the homeless issue in our city, convening citizens and professionals to propose and enact solutions. Homelessness is a complicated issue, whereas an emergency situations are different from chronic ones. We have many local experts to provide guidance. We don't need a study. In conclusion, residents need to be assured that this and other vital city issues can be presented freely and openly without filtering or suppressing content and presenters, in keeping with the open transparency that the mayor has espoused. Thank you for your attention. That's Laura. Okay. Up next would be Danielle Hartman. I think some people have left. I think she left. Wes Blackman? Gone. Catherine Kohlmeyer. Followed by Nehanya, if she's still here, Nehanya? Come on, Ms. Kohlmeyer.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I've noticed, do I get 3 minutes?
I'm sorry?
Do I get 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
I've noticed that there's been a narrative in the invocation and in other comments, saying things about we should be attending to city business and things that, are appropriate for the city. And I'm picking up that this is to do with the resolution that was item K that has been tabled. I don't really know why it was tabled, but I have heard the argument that such a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza is not appropriate city business because it's an international situation. And I want to bring the Commissioner's attention to the fact that at the Commission meeting on March 15th, 2022, Mayor Resch spoke very movingly as she introduced a resolution she wanted to present regarding the war in the Ukraine. She said, and this is a quote, "It is nothing, but it is something we can do," and stated that she wanted to share it with other municipalities in Palm Beach County. So she read the resolution, Commissioner McVoy proposed a motion to pass it, Commissioner Malega seconded it. Herman, can't remember his last name now. Robinson made a passionate remark about the Russian president, and it was unanimously passed. This was about an international situation with some similar concerns for tragedies occurring internationally. And I simply don't understand why the Commission has tabled this agenda item, which, by the same reasoning that the resolution was passed on about the Ukraine in March 2022, how one can be appropriate and passed with such passion and self-congratulation, and the other not appropriate. And I really do not understand, and I question what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Nia, is Nihaya here, or she left? She left, okay. Melissa Salerno.
Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. Am I allowed to present you guys with something?
You can hand it out.
This is just a small fraction of people who were murdered by Israel in Gaza, Palestinians. Just one small fraction, that's about 50 right there. So those people were real people. They were precious to others. They're men, women, and children that were someone's entire world. these humans before you, and what you may see on any variety of television or social media, they deserve to live. Look at just one of those photos and tell me, do they look like terrorists to you? You all sat so high and mighty and passionate, as someone else mentioned, in support of Ukraine. We are demanding that same morality now. We demand your humanity. And you're so self-satisfied that you so efficiently and effectively have killed this issue for over 4 months now. Wow, congratulations on your efficiency. It seems to be really, really a priority for y'all to work efficiently. Congratulations, you killed it. We can't come back with a ceasefire. But guess what? I'm not tired. I'm not tired. We're not tired. And just because we are not sitting in these seats, don't think that we have forgotten or that we are done. Because we will be back. We will be back during election time with big, big voices and very, very efficient memories about how we were treated. Over 186,000 dead by conservative estimates. Civilians just trying to carve out a life under apartheid. Children who just want and deserve to be children. Snuffed out by gunshot, bomb, shredded, sniped, starved, mauled by dogs, burned, melted, penetrated anally with electrical metal rods, gang raped, beaten, bulldozed, sexually violated, infection, polio, disease, exposure. All of these at the hands of the, quote, most moral army in the world. If you all have ever fantasized about how heroic you would be during the Holocaust, may you all feel a shame so deep in the pit of your gut that you can no longer look yourself in the mirror. You have sat self-righteous stating, we don't get involved in international affairs. Your denial is exhausting. Your hypocrisy is repulsive. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Farron Strobel, is Farron still here? All right, up next then would be Jeremy Downs? Alexandra Kornbach? Jasper Arujo? Carol Garrett? Melissa Salerno, you've just spoke, yeah. It's okay. I know you're passionate. Mace Habib? Hi, I can't read your writing. I'm sorry, she left? Jay is here, Jane Mathis, come on up. Followed by Todd, followed by Melissa again. 3, but, that's all right. Todd's got 2, so we're gonna, yeah. No, it's
Madam
different.
Mayor,
Yes,
everyone gets only one opportunity to speak.
yeah, she's not coming back up, it's fine, it was a little mistake.
Okay.
Hi.
J. Canela Marcus, 1224 16th Avenue North. So, for me, I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew who stands with Palestine. I urge you to remember, right now, the context of history that stands before us. Commissioners and Mayor of Lake Worth Beach, your decisions will be marked and immortalized. You had a chance to stand for justice and liberation, but now will stand forgotten and fall in the obscurity of time, the same obscurity for all those who remain silent and complicit in history while one of the worst genocides known to humankind plays out before our eyes. I refuse to stand with the Israeli government that's occupied, displaced, and annihilated Palestinians for over 76 years, because I know that the Palestinian people are not our enemies. And while Ukrainians get our sympathy, playing the hands of a proxy war and a resolution that gets passed in Lake Worth Beach unanimously, Palestine receives radio silence. The people will remember. Let that stay within your heart and your soul. And if your conscience cannot see why we must call out oppression everywhere, then you're not an ally of mine. In the words of Desmond Tutu, If you're neutral in situations of injustice, you've chosen the side of the oppressor. Thanks.
Thank you. Todd Velez, followed by Todd Townsend, if he's still here.
Todd Velez, 530 North G. Keep the ball rolling. That was an old presidential motto where they made a huge 6-foot ball with strips of their promises and rod through it and rolled it down. And I think it was Grover Cleveland. We'll keep the ball rolling as November was the election and had a much greater after the harvest and before the snow, the roads were blocked by snow. Maybe in 3, 6, 9, 12 years, maybe we'll move back to the November elections that we used to have here because of the turnout. The 250th anniversary, as we pass July 4th, will be Saturday of 2026. I don't know what they call that, 250 years, not the bicentennial, but something. Anywho, maybe there'll be a big plan for that. North D and Lucerne, 1400 block, a lot of big changes. I see they have trespassing signs and we're getting more a stationary police officer or car that sits there. So it's cut down on the vagrancy. I looked in the lobby to see for a light out in the alley in that block. It's pitch black, so I don't know where to look for that number to call. Carolyn Colmer, Lake Worth resident, passed and was a daughter-in-law of Reverend Fred Adam Colmer, big historical figure, and Carolyn was no slouch herself. The Colmer family is looking to leave a few historical items to the museum and hopefully they're receptive in the library, since Fred Adam Colmer was behind the building of the library. I also witnessed, and I spoke to Commissioner McBoy, I don't want to give too much information since it's public, but we had a code compliance drugs and a sale for a known prostitute and church arsonist at Sunset Ridge Park, June 27th, around from 10 to 12. And also a truck came to make a delivery. Across the street is a sheriff, but I don't think he works in this district. Has cameras, maybe they can learn. It says on the card the description of the code compliance, which was in print on the bottom. And that's, also the city logo. Will you maybe add a beach ball? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have public non-agenda items?
I have about 31 comments, Madam Mayor.
What do we have, a half an hour limit we put on?
That's correct. I read for 30 minutes. I will set a timer for 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
And then when it's 30 minutes, I will be done.
Okay, we're gonna have to make a motion to go past 10. By 3 minutes? By 3 minutes, all right. Fire away, ma'am.
Read fast.
Sam Smith, 109 North Palm Way. I posted this comment for the July meeting, but despite the fact that I am a tax-paying Lake Worth City resident since 1999, my comment was not read during the meeting because the commission decided that they no longer want to hear from residents of the city. Very disappointing. A few months ago, I wrote the commission regarding the sad state of pocket parks along the Lake Worth Lagoon in the neighborhood between Parrot Cove, where I live, and College Park. This past month, I was riding my bike in the area with my kiddo, and we decided to swing by these parks. As we approached one of the pocket parks, I noticed with excitement that it appeared the city had recently done some improvements. As we got closer, my excitement turned to dread. The city has installed a giant concrete seawall along with fencing on top of the seawall. Ugh, instead of improving access to the Lake Worth Lagoon, the city has in fact cut off access. How hard would it have been to include a step or two along the seawall, along with a gate and a small permanent dock along with a floating dock to facilitate residents putting in kayaks, SUP, or to use for fishing, etc. Further review of the pocket parks, and we did not go to all of them. It appears the city has done the same construction at 2 of them, giant seawall and fence. At one of the pocket parks, there is a big sign that demonstrates and advertises these pocket parks as Lake Worth Lagoon access point. Since the city has in fact removed access to the lagoon, I assume the next step is to remove the sign. Why is the city so adverse to its residents who want and need recreation opportunities in the northeast section of the city? I wonder what commissioners think of these changes, and I wonder why they were approved. Furthermore, why were these changes approved without public input? We are a coastal city and everyone should be able to access the lagoon, not just those who own homes on the water. I also noticed that the city made no other improvements, no bench or landscaping, and yet the city keeps pointing me to these pocket parks when I complain about the complete lack of parks and open space for those of us in the northeast quadrant of the city. Bear with me because I'm going to be pausing as I open the comments that I have to read that were submitted on the website. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I do not like this bully tactic from a commissioner. This is him pushing a global issue on residents to force us to agree with his position on a hostile outbreak in the Middle East. It brings no value or benefit to the residents of our city. I've been subjected to my comments not being read into the minutes because the valuable time set aside for residents to speak has been monopolized by individuals who only want to speak on this topic. I've kept myself informed of the developments in the Middle East, and here is my take on it. Palestinians have allowed Hamas to build tunnels under their hospitals, schools, and homes. Their Hamas has been poking the bear and poking the bear and poking the bear for years now. Then suddenly on October 7th, 2023, they become emboldened and decided to enter the bear's den, killing family members and kidnapping others. This action threw the bear into a blind rage, and their response has been swift, devastating, and relentless. Now the Palestinians are crying to anyone who will listen that we must raise our voices to request the bear stop attacking them in search of Hamas and their missing family members. However, far more powerful and louder voices have already appealed to the bear to cease their attacks, but the bear remains in a blind rage. Family members are still captives, and Hamas has been resistant to work out a resolution to the situation, so the bear will continue to hunt Hamas down to find their family members. If I've learned anything from all of this, it is that Hamas considers an Israeli life to be more valuable to them than a Palestinian one. You drew blood first, now you must convince Hamas that your lives have greater value to them, and they must work out a resolution with the bear. The next comment is from Sasha Ornstein, 219 North L Street. Like many others of Lake Worth Beach's Jewish community, I'm appalled by the shocking scale of atrocities committed in Gaza. Silence is complicity, and I cannot be complicit in the murder of over 15,000 Palestinian children. I understand some on the dais may think this is not local business, yet 2 years ago, this commission unanimously passed a resolution supporting Ukraine against the Russian invasion. If Ukraine deserves your consideration, so should Palestine. Likewise, over the past few months, Palm Beach County became the world's largest investor in Israeli bonds, spending $700 million to support their war effort. I think this makes it a local issue. If Lake Worth Beach can pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire, it will send a message to other municipalities in the county that we choose to stand on the side of justice. I hope our commissioners will help our city stand on the right side of history. The next comment is from Marco Salerno. Uh, 1502 South Lakeside Drive, apartment 308. Sunbirds for Liberation has now come before this body on numerous occasions. 2 of you were immediately championing our efforts. To those who refuse to respect or acknowledge us as voices for those suffering in Gaza, I say the following. With regards to the ongoing genocide in Gaza and your complicity via staunch opposition, we have tried sparking your compassion, your integrity, your patriotism, and your humanity to no avail. We have attempted to hold you accountable to your own campaign slogans and your constituents. Now let me appeal to your political IQ and career longevity. On March 16, 2022, Mayor Resch brought about a resolution and requested a consensus from the body in support of the Ukrainian people suffering grave harm and even death at the hands of Vladimir Putin because Lake Worth Beach is committed to the growth and spread of democracy worldwide. The resolution was heartily passed unanimously. Tell me exactly what makes the genocide in Gaza any different, any less important, any less horrifying. What makes Netanyahu any less vile or treacherous than Putin? Is it because most Palestinians don't look like you? Is it because they don't worship your God? Is it because you're afraid to stand up to AIPAC-backed Representative Frankel and the likes? Because for a body who has consistently sloughed taking a stand with a broken record, we don't get involved in international affairs, you all sure did. Proudly, passionately, ready to take it to other municipalities to encourage countywide support. How do you think the obvious racial double standard looks to your constituents? A community where about 40% of residents were born outside the US, some of whom may have fled their home nation due to political violence, war, and poverty, not unlike what is happening to Palestinians. A community where 84.9% identify as something other than white. You have obstinately worked to dissuade our group from proceeding with a ceasefire resolution to support the Palestinian people. We see you, we see your true colors. You do not represent my Lake Worth Beach. With less than 3,000 votes for mayor and under 1,000 for commissioners, none of you are irreplaceable. The next comment is from Alexander Katachis. I'm sorry if I mispronounce. Address is 1424 North L Street. I implore the mayor and commissioners to vote in favor of the resolution and voice the city's support to end the suffering of so many children and civilians. The deaths of so many thousands of innocent children shocks my conscience, as I'm sure it does for you all as well. A vote in favor of this resolution in no plausible way suggests that Lake Worth Beach does not recognize Israel's right to defend itself. Rather, it is saying that we want to see an end to the staggering loss of life of both Gazians and the Israeli soldiers operating in Gaza. Our own commander-in-chief supports a ceasefire. It is time Lake Worth Beach gets on the right side of history and vote for this resolution. I also remind the mayor and commissioners of their vote on March 15, 2022, expressing the city's support for Ukraine against Russian aggression. We have in the past expressed our opinion regarding the suffering and injustices occurring abroad. We should do so again today. The next comment is from Panagiotis Tsolkis. Address is 822 North C Street. Please pass the resolution supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. The city has a legacy of advancing calls for justice at an international level, as it has done for during conflict and human rights abuses in Central America, South Africa, and most recently in the Ukraine. Policy scholars and international justice advocates have pointed clearly to the right-wing political movement in this country is using right-wing Israeli nationalism to create divisions across the country. The appropriate response to this from municipal bodies made up of people with a conscience like ours is to side with the vast majority of United Nations members, human rights organizations, and labor unions. This can be a hard path to walk in Florida, where the funding of billions in Israeli war bonds is considered a lucrative investment supported by many county and state officials. But that is the way when taking a stand is the most urgent. Please do the courageous and honorable thing here. The next comment is from Damian Todd. 1134 19th Avenue North. I'm writing to support the ceasefire resolution and ask that it be passed unanimously. We are now in the 10th month of an ongoing genocide. We've witnessed the most children killed and maimed per day than any other modern conflict. And our role as a country is providing the bombs and weapons to kill these innocent people. What do we do as regular citizens who are dismayed, disgusted, and outraged? What do we do as taxpayers who are angry that our tax dollars are being used to send arms for genocide? We who believe in democracy come to you and our other elected officials to take a stand. We are watching an urgent current event and week after week listen to you say it is not your job to support a ceasefire resolution. We are an international city, according to the census data, perhaps the most international city in all of Palm Beach County. While many of us share in the deep sadness of witnessing the atrocities happening in Gaza, we must specifically recognize the Palestinian and Muslim families who are most directly impacted. Do those families matter to this commission? I hate to even ask that question, but after reading the March 2022 agenda where the mayor proposed a resolution for Ukraine, I can only wonder if your concern is for primarily white countries. Why was it okay to take a stand for Ukraine but not Palestine? Tonight, we acknowledge Commissioner McVoy, whose conscience pushed him to act despite the ridicule he receives from others. And tonight, we invite all of you to support the ceasefire, to add a footnote to the history books that you oppose the genocide in Gaza. I had somebody who wanted to read their own comment, and I want to see if they're still here, and I will let them in.
Okay.
Ms. Zwicker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you're gonna have 3 minutes to speak, and you'll please state your name and address.
Okay, Marie Louise Zwicker. I'm 3102 Rio Lane, Lake Worth, and I would like to comment on the ceasefire issue. I understand that thousands of human beings have been killed in Gaza. As fellow human beings in Lake Worth, it is our moral responsibility to speak out against this genocide being perpetrated against the human beings in Gaza by the Israeli government. It is our moral responsibility to stand in support of the human beings in Gaza. Just because we are fortunate enough to live thousands of miles away from that carnage does not relieve us of our responsibilities as fellow human beings to call out loudly for a local ceasefire resolution. We must make a stand that puts us on the right side of history. It is critical for the city of Lake Worth Beach to take this public stand for many reasons. A ceasefire resolution will raise awareness of the ongoing horrific genocide being perpetrated in Gaza and puts the federal government on notice that we are calling on them, demanding them to cease and desist from sending funding and military weapons to a country that is committing genocide. A precedent has already been set for making these kinds of commitments and resolutions because over the last several decades, humanitarian crises, human rights issues, and important causes of diverse communities have also had resolutions made by the city of Lake Worth Beach. A ceasefire resolution would call attention and show support to Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, and Arab residents in a climate where we are seeing increased rates of anti-Palestinian, Islamophobic, and anti-Arab sentiments and hate shown towards anti-Zionist Jews across the country. Palm Beach County is one of the largest investors in Israeli bonds. These funds could be invested in the city of Lake Worth rather than in the destruction of people in Gaza and the destruction of their infrastructure. For all these reasons, it is imperative that the city of Lake Worth Beach show itself to be on the right side of history, to be brave enough to come out strongly against genocide, to call out loudly for an end to the devastation, to answer the call for humanity, and it state loudly and clearly that it is fully in favor of an immediate ceasefire. This resolution must be passed. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before I continue, it's 9:49 and I have 18 more minutes to read. May I have a motion to extend until 11?
To approve, to extend.
I'm sorry, is your mic on?
Motion to extend.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, let me continue. The next comment is from Sam Goodstein, 1717 12th Avenue South, Lot E4. Despite the dire plight of the humans in Gaza, with this resolution, the commission would align our city with terrorists. Hamas knew the response to October 7th would not be a gentle rebuke. The pity is that their leadership chose by any means necessary, provoking an equivalent response. Choices have consequences in our brutal world. The next comment is from Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. The city of Lake Worth has taken important stance in the past, including in 2022 when you passed a resolution supporting Ukraine. Now again is one of those times when we look to our city elected officials to take a public stand about a critical global issue. Our hard-earned tax dollars are being used to supply the military weapons that Israel is using to kill tens of thousands of innocent people. Those dollars should be kept here at home to serve the public. Hundreds of elected boards across the United States have voted to support ceasefire statements and resolutions. Tonight, I hope that this commission will also pass a ceasefire resolution to make a clear statement that the atrocities occurring in Palestine must end. The next comment is from Linda Geller Schwartz, 6861 Calle de Paz South in Boca Raton. Commissioners, I will not take very much of your time since I'm aware that you two have already been overwhelmed with comments and that this item is listed at the end of a long agenda of important local issues. I am chair of the Community Relations Committee of the Jewish Federation of Palm Beach County, and I want to express my serious concern about this resolution and ask you to vote no. I say this for a couple of reasons. Number one, in the resolution, there are many claims that are stated as facts. The resolution asks the commission to accept these claims as true and correct findings of the city. I can tell you now that just about every one of those findings, from casualty numbers to the amount of humanitarian aid made available, has been contested by serious studies, including reports from the UN itself. The resolution presents only a very selective political view of a complex situation. Any local government, even one located in the Middle East, let alone in South Florida, would be ill-placed to label the claims in the resolution as the truth. Secondly, the resolution tries to give the impression that the Jewish community in America is opposed to the response of Israel to the October 7th massacre. Israel, like America, is a democracy, and fortunately, individuals in both countries can express their views on public policies, however wrong or outrageous they may be. But the Jewish community in the United States is behind the war against Hamas. The turnout today should be clear evidence of that, and this is also true across the country. In a Pew survey released in April 2024, 80% of Jewish Americans said that Israel's reasons for fighting Hamas are valid. They understand that Hamas's goal is to eliminate the Jewish state and kill Jews. So while there are always dissident voices in every community, the vast majority of Jews support this war, even if they are sad about the consequences for everyone in the region. For those two reasons, this resolution is much too divisive for the Lake Worth community and Palm Beach County and should not be supported. The next comment is from Amy Alfardi, 19196 Nature's something, she left off the rest, that's in Boca Raton. I'm ashamed of the double standards and the hypocrisy the international community is dealing with the Palestinian genocide. 300 days of killing, 300 days of complete demolishing of the Gaza Strip under the false pretenses of rescuing the hostages. The hostages are being unalived by the IDF bombs. I can't believe how we are on the wrong side of history and doing nothing about it. Never again is never again for anyone. The next comment is from Faith Halstead, 4478 Peregrine Way, apartment 208 in Lake Worth. As a mental health care worker with over 5 years of service to our community and a longtime resident of Lake Worth, I urge immediate action regarding the genocide in Palestine. This crisis, while geographically distant, profoundly affects our community in a multitude of ways. The ongoing violence, neighborhoods destroyed in Gaza, children killed, and families displaced represents more than just news. It signifies severe trauma and loss for countless individuals. As a mental health professional, I recognize the deep psychological impact such atrocities can have on us, especially those connected to affected regions. I call on this commission to take a strong stance against this violence and support an immediate ceasefire resolution. Our community includes many who are deeply affected by this crisis, and it's imperative that we go beyond mere sympathy. We need to act decisively to show solidarity and advocate for genuine peace. The time for action is now. Let Lake Worth be a beacon of opposition to genocide, injustice, and oppression, reflecting the serious concern of our community. The next comment is from Afifa Khalik, 4490 Camrose Lane, West Palm Beach. Is for the resolution. The next comment is from Jennifer Jackson Strage, 2106 Chagall Circle, West Palm Beach. Dear Mayor Resch, Commissioners Maliga, McVoy, May, Diaz, and City Manager Brown, I'm writing on behalf of the Jewish community to express the concern of the 890 women and 35 associate members of Dorat Bat Gurion Hadassah, for whom I am president. Our concern regards the resolution proposed by Commissioner McVoy addressing the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza. While our membership understands the concern over the situation in Gaza, this international issue falls outside the purview of local government. The City Commission's primary responsibility is to address local matters that directly impact the residents of Lake Worth Beach. Introducing resolutions on international conflicts over which you have no control diverts attention and resources away from pressing local issues such as infrastructure, public safety, and community development. Moreover, this resolution is highly partisan and divisive. Lake Worth Beach is a diverse community with a wide range of opinions and backgrounds. Addressing such a contentious issue will polarize the community, leading to unnecessary tension and conflict among residents, your constituents. On behalf of our membership, with members who live from Boynton Beach to Jupiter, we urge you to reject this resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We look forward to your thoughtful consideration and decision. The next comment is from Rubina Kali Hossein, 5257 Travelers Way, Palm Beach Gardens. How can one acknowledge Ukraine without acknowledging the genocide in Gaza, the apartheid? The next comment is from Samir Kali, 1965 Augusta Terrace, Coral Springs. Greetings, esteemed City Council members. I'm Samir Khalil Kakli, President of the South Florida Muslim Federation. I want to tell you today about a girl named Hind Rajab. She was a 6-year-old fleeing Gaza City with family when their vehicle was shelled. This killed her uncle, aunt, and 3 cousins. Another cousin contacted paramedics for help, noting they were being attacked by an Israeli tank. When the dispatchers called back, Hind herself then answered the phone as she was the only one left in the vehicle alive. For 3 hours, she pleaded on the phone, I'm so scared, please come. Come take me, please will you come? Hind was killed along with entire family as well as the 2 ambulance workers who'd arrived at the scene. Over the last 10 months, 40,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel, mostly women and children like Hind. In the last 5 days alone, several schools were bombed, killing 45 people, mostly children. They are all Hind. In the words of Palestinian Christian pastor Munther Isaac, this war has confirmed that the world does not see us as equal, even as our kinship in Christ did not save us. How is the killing of 9,000 children self-defense? Let it be clear, empty calls for peace without a ceasefire fall under the banner of complicity. If you are not shaken to your core by what is happening in Gaza, there is something wrong with your humanity. Council members, you've passed over a dozen great proclamations for international humanitarian causes, such as the war in Ukraine, Guatemala, Taiwan, Holocaust Remembrance Day, Iraq War. Continue this call for humanity by passing the ceasefire resolution. Speaking out for freedom for Palestinians like Hind and her family doesn't make you a terrorist or an anti-Semite. It makes you human. The next comment is from, The next comment is from Gabrielle Rios, 8710 Via Mar Rosso, Lake Worth. What's going on in Gaza is a stain upon the humanity of us all. We cannot allow the war crimes, the suffering, and the indifference to so much pain to continue unchallenged. Almost 200,000 people have lost their lives, and there seems to be no end in sight. Children are dying from starvation. Entire families are being wiped out every day. We must stand in whatever small way we can for decency and compassion, and we must declare that what is going on is intolerable and incompatible with our core values. We must call out the evil perpetrated upon the innocent people of Gaza and call for it to stop if we have any right to consider ourselves good or right or moral at any level. Please vote in favor of the resolution in support of an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. The next comment's from Sheila G., 2250 North Federal Highway, Lake Worth Beach. I stand before you today to urge the passage of a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. The ongoing conflict has inflicted unbearable suffering on countless innocent civilians. Families have been torn apart, homes have been destroyed, and communities have been left in ruins. We cannot turn a blind eye to the humanitarian crisis unfolding before us. Each day the conflict continues, more lives are lost, more children are traumatized, and the hope for peace diminishes. It is our moral obligation to act. A permanent ceasefire is not just a call for the cessation of hostilities. It is a call for the preservation of human dignity. It is a call to stop the bloodshed and to start rebuilding lives. It is a call for justice, compassion, and a commitment to the principles of peace. Passing this resolution will send a clear message that we stand for peace and that we will not tolerate the ongoing violence and suffering. It will show that we are committed to supporting diplomatic efforts to resolve this conflict and to ensuring that humanitarian aid reaches those who need it most. I implore you to consider the immense human cost of inaction. Let us take the crucial step towards peace and stability in Gaza. Let us affirm our commitment to the values that define us as a just and compassionate society. The next comment is from Brittany Merriweather, 219 North L Street. I believe that even small governments like ours have a moral responsibility to voice dissent against atrocities around the world. And quoting the mayor 2 years ago when she brought forth the resolution to recognize the atrocities in Ukraine, it's nothing, but it's something we can do. I applaud the mayor for seeking a consensus for the resolution across Palm Beach County, and I hope she does the same in this situation. Recognizing and speaking out against the senseless murder of innocent civilians is a human rights issue. Our voices collectively can contribute to the global pressure needed to bring about change. Silence, no matter how small the platform, is complicity. As the background states, a resolution for ceasefire would benefit everyone. The next comment is from Lawrence Milstein, 1900 Northwest Corporate Boulevard, Suite 210 West, Boca Raton. Lawrence Milstein, Director of American Jewish Committee, Palm Beach County Office. Good evening, City Commissioners. October 7th was the deadliest day for the Jewish community since the Holocaust. Since then, the suffering in Gaza and Israel is deeply concerning to us all. However, the complexity of this international conflict between Israel and Hamas is beyond the purview of local government and is better suited in the domain of diplomats and Middle East experts. Is the City Commission the proper forum to determine the appropriateness of UN resolutions or the application of the federal Leahy law to international arms sales? Is it the correct forum to weigh the merits for and against a ceasefire on the other side of the world? Yes, this is exactly what today's resolution attempts to do. And in so doing, the Commission also risks polarizing our community over a highly contentious international matter. If city resources are devoted to controversial transnational issues rather than intermediate local concerns, where does it end? Would a ceasefire resolution to end the Russia-Ukraine war be next? The suffering generated by that conflict is also enormous. The documents presented in support of today's resolution depict a one-sided view of the war. Many other articles and experts could be offered to support opposing viewpoints and assessments of the facts, including the actual numbers of Gazan casualties, which have not been verified by anyone other than the Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health. For example, Israel has undertaken extraordinary efforts to provide humanitarian relief. To date, Israel has facilitated more than 44,000 trucks, which have carried more than 872,000 tons of water, food, medical supplies, cooking gas, fuel, and shelter equipment into Gaza. In short, the Israel-Hamas war involves extremely complex issues and facts which have polarized the community. Let's focus on matters that unite us rather than those that divide us. Let's ensure limited city resources remain focused on concerns here at home where they are needed most. For these reasons, I respectfully request that this resolution be rejected. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is from Sienna Myers, 429 Northeast Street. I am Jewish. My ancestors fled religious persecution to come to America. I have visited Israel and Palestine and have seen the apartheid-like conditions that inspired October 7th. I mourned the deaths of October 7th. I also mourn the over 38,000 Palestinians that Israel had killed since, over 13,000 of whom are children. More than 13,000 children killed by Israel since October 7th. But it's far away. What does any of this have to do with Lake Worth, you may ask? When the dust has settled, the legacy of American involvement in this brutal campaign will be a stain on our collective history. The weapons killing those children are primarily American-made. The money funding Israel comes from our hard-earned tax dollars. Because our national leaders, who accept hundreds of thousands of dollars from Israel lobbyists, have failed us, it is up to our local leaders to act, to do everything we can to prevent more innocent lives to be lost. Resolutions have passed in over 100 cities, including the major cities of Atlanta, Chicago, Dayton, Detroit, Sacramento, St. Louis, and Toledo, to name just a few. As a city that values independent thinking and human rights, Lake Worth Beach should join in making the call for a lasting ceasefire. The absolute least we can do is allow it on the agenda for a vote.
Madam Clerk, I have a question.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
I thought our 30 minutes was the limit of our public comment on non-agenda items.
Yes, I have 37 seconds left.
Thank you.
Next comment is from Alexander Carback, 887 Water Tower Way in Lake Worth. She wrote that she is for the resolution. The next comment is from Arthur Smith, 6 Glencarn Road, Palm Beach Gardens. Dear Mayor Resch, Commissioners Maliga, McVoy, May, Diaz, and City Manager Brown. I am right. Okay, so this was very similar to a previous comment about the members of Dorat Bat Hurrian Hadassah, which I read previously, and the 30 minutes has elapsed.
Okay, thank you very much. I was going to say, over 4,000 emails over the weekend. Not a great way to
And
garner support. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Good night, everyone.